I send the MGs to them afterwards anyway. Oh yeah. No, because Ian Salisbury said to me, he said, you won't be able to miss him. I said, he looks as though he shouldn't be here. You know, and this sort of kid came down the stairs and
Handy bowler.
Big break in 3 overs yesterday to break the game open for
And also, Richard,
right, we're on shortly.
Before we start, in terms of technique, you know, I find it's just lack knowledge, especially.
Cricketers Who's Who is here for you.
Exactly. Kirsty, I better get in there if that's okay.
Yeah, you can still hear it.
No problem at all. I want to start with you. Or do you want Kirsty? Or do you want to start with Kirsty?
I'll do whatever it is.
Absolutely fine. Stay there.
And then I'll go after half an hour.
Whatever you want me to do, I will assist with.
Richard's loss.
I don't know how long we're going to be here. That's the thing. So we'll start, and then you can sort of get a feel for it, and then edges will come in. Because you can do updates for BBC Radio Leicester as well, so I don't kind of have to be. Even if they're saying I have to watch it,
Exactly.
What? Now what?
Yeah.
That's asking for it.
Yeah, that's asking for trouble there.
Right.
Okay,
What do I need?
cool. Just pop those on as and when, and because we should now be live in Salt, you know, they should have put it through to the.
Do these turn on and turn off, or do I just take them on?
That's the only button you need. So if that's not on, like that,
Then they're on.
then
Kirsty,
your mic isn't on.
if you need to pop,
Just press that.
Or if I want to ask,
Or you want to
I want to ask something off air,
Yeah, just press. But the line should now be through to Salford. I haven't had a text to that effect.
You don't want to close this door.
Please, mate. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Fourth and final day on this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the domestic season. We are mob-handed in the commentary box today, I'm really pleased to say, as well as myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester, and Chris Edgerton for BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. I'm really pleased to say we have Kirsty Gordon up here as well to bring her expert insight. She's also played here many times. The Loughborough Lightning, Kent, Nottinghamshire, England, Scotland player is alongside me, so she knows these pitches very well. The situation is that Sussex appear to be, at least, firmly in control of the game. 195 for 5 Leicestershire in their second innings. They are still 45 short of making Sussex bat again in the game. Sussex having scored 450 in their first innings in reply to Leicestershire's 210. Leicestershire hopeful of building some sort of target to have a little bowl at later on today, and the men who'll be partly responsible, hopeful of achieving that, Rishi Patel and Harry Swindles down on the boundary edge at the moment. Patel is 67 not out, Swindles 7 not out. Tom Haynes leads the Sussex side out into the middle. The two umpires are already out there. Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire seamer, and Neil Mallender, formerly of Northamptonshire, of course, and indeed England. We are set fair, and it looks good, Kirsty. It looks good for Sussex as well.
Yeah, you have to say Sussex are in the commanding position, but I think if Leicester can get a few early runs this morning and push a little bit of a lead, they'll feel confident that they can kick on at the back end of after lunch maybe, and you know, never know, with a lead of 100 and day 4, stranger things have happened, haven't they?
They have. as a left-arm spinner yourself, you know about Callum Parkinson, but you also know that these pitches at the Uptonsteel County Ground don't often turn too much.
No, they're very good at producing a good wicket here at Leicestershire. Fast outfield, so it is a batter-friendly conditions. So, yeah, Callum Parky will have his work cut out in the second innings of Sussex's innings if we get that far.
Indeed, indeed. He'll be thinking about his batting at the moment, Callum, but he's in good form with the bat. May be called on before too long. You never quite know. Well, the young man, the 17-year-old Archie Lenham, is going to open the bowling for Sussex from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles. Picked up 3 wickets yesterday in the space of just 3 overs. Young Lenham, who is 17 going on about 6, from judging by his appearance. It is disconcerting how young he looks. He's got a short leg and a slip. Harry Swindles, who's been in no sort of form this season, is ready. Lenham is in, bowls to him. Swindles goes back, ball bounces on to him. Just short of a good length, he plays it firmly back down the pitch, and there is no run. Not many in the ground this morning, certainly compared to yesterday. All those free tickets given away, but you never know. This could be a really fascinating day. Lenham is in, a little bit short and flat, worked by Swindles off the back foot, but only as far as backward point, where Ollie Robinson, England's Ollie Robinson, is the fielder. Robinson looked a lot healthier yesterday than he did on day 1 when he was suffering from food poisoning. He got through his overs, didn't manage to take a wicket. Lenham is in, bowls again a fraction short. Again, Swindles, all suspicion, stays on the back foot and plays it out towards mid-off. Haynes is the fielder, just searching for a bit of early rhythm at the moment. Lenham, a slight figure as he bounces in and bowls to Swindles, who does go forward on that occasion. A good length delivery, no turn for Lenham. The heavy roller was on the pitch before the game started. It will have taken a little bit out of it, but we are not so far from the new ball, which could be key. Lenham is in and bowls, brings Swindles forward. That's a good length because he doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but it doesn't really bounce or turn too much. Coming to the end of the 74th over, 6 overs from the no ball. Robinson just windmilling his arms a little bit. Could be a key moment. Lenham is in. Good little bit of bounce again from him, but Swindles solidly behind it. A maiden to start with then for Lenham. Nothing too much wrong with it, but nothing too much wrong with the pitch there, Kirsty, was there?
No, it's a good start from Lenham, just finding his length there early. Yeah, you probably think he'd just be using up a few overs until that new ball comes out.
Well, we'll do the ball over by over commentary routine as ever. There will be an update fairly shortly for BBC Radio Leicester, hopefully. But in the meantime, we'll stay with the over by overs. So Kirsty will pick up from here. And it looks like, actually, they're going to go with Robinson. No, Sean Hunt. Sean Hunt. They're not dissimilar in build. Very dissimilar in actions, though, of course. Hunt being a left armour. He's going to come in from the Bennett end. Oh, I'll just nip the update in first. Just had the 1 over, a maiden bowled by young Archie Lenham, the Sussex leg spinner. 195 for 5 Leicestershire at the start of play, and obviously still at the moment. They're 45 behind. If they can get 100, 150 ahead, you never quite know. But Sussex firmly in the driving seat at the moment. Game going to develop over the morning. Rishi Patel is 67 not out, Harry Swindles 7 not out. They need to be together for a good hour if Leicestershire are going to start establishing a decent lead. 195 for 5. In goes Hunt and bowls.
Played the nice solid defensive off the front foot there. The first ball we missed was a lovely leave on the offside. Just went straight through into the keeper's gloves. Hunt's got very strong figures yesterday, bowled 4 overs just for the 4 runs, 3 maidens as well, so he'll be hoping to continue pulling strings from one end. In comes Hunt again, and it's played and left alone again outside the off stump from Patel.
I kind of feel a bit sorry for the seamers in these. He knows he's on just to use up the overs until the new ball, doesn't he, really? So, but you never quite know.
Yeah,
Batsmen
absolutely.
a bit nervous.
And I think the way Swindles and Patel will play this morning will be pretty reserved, see how long they can stay out there and cause some damage maybe later on in the day. Oh, big play and a miss there.
Yeah, that was a poor shot from Patel, wasn't it? Flat-footed. Sort
Yeah,
of jab at it. Nervous sort of shot, really.
Yeah, it was, and he walks away there towards the square leg umpire, and definitely think he'll be thinking about what he's just done there, and needs to switch back on and play a top order innings here if Leicestershire to have any chance. Left alone outside off. That's a good length ball, rising above the stumps there, so it's a good leave and more of what you probably expect in the second over of the day.
There's been a bit of pace from that end of the ground, from the Bennett end, or match. I've been saying it is a relayed pitch, and the relayed pitches, I think there's 4 of them, do have more pace, which is why they were relayed in the first place, of course,
yeah.
than the older, flatter pitches on the other side of the ground.
No, you can see the ball zipping through there when it's on a length. And in comes Hunt again. Oh, it's a back of a length ball, and it's solidly defended there by Patel off the back foot. And that concludes the second over of the day.
And the second maiden. Patel will feel a little bit better. One poor shot in that over. They have what they call a 200 ball challenge in the Leicestershire dressing room to bat for 200 balls, and he batted for 201 yesterday, which actually is the highest number he's batted for in first class cricket. Still relatively new to the game in that respect. Rishi Patel missed the first 4 games of the season with injury, signed by Leicestershire from Essex. Opportunity for him this season at number 3 in the absence of sort of recognised overseas number 3, so to speak. And did very well in his first outing last week down at Cardiff. He made 82, I think, in the first innings. A little bit of a delay while umpire Lungley is sorting out Hunt's studs. That's what you got, the umpire doing some work for you. Sorted him out now. Maybe just a screw fastener or something, stud fastener. Lenham to continue from the pavilion end. Number 41 on his back. His shirt looks too big for him, not surprisingly. There's not much of him. In he goes, bowls to Swindles, who is beaten with a ball that just drifts past his outside edge. Propped nervously forward, and that one maybe turned a little bit.
It's lovely pace that by Lenham, and it really drags the batsman forward, and maybe that pace is where he'll find a little bit of spin.
He bounces in again and bowls. That's a fuller delivery. Swindle's able to get to the pitch of it on the front foot and played out into the offside. He just played down the wrong line, really, essentially, at that first one. Didn't turn too much. But has been in no sort of form, Harry Swindles, as Lenham is in, bowls to him. Good line. Middle and leg. Middle. Looking for that little bit of turn. Isn't really there yet. Short leg. And now a square leg. They brought the square leg in from the deep square boundary as Lenham goes in and bowls and cut by Swindles, but not timed. And it runs fairly comfortably out towards backward point. Still no runs this morning.
It's quite a short boundary out there. I'm sure they'll be trying to entice a sweep here from Swindles with nobody out on that short boundary side now.
In he goes, Lenham bowls, outside off stump, again looking to cut, but again it's a slightly tentative shot from Harry Swindles. He guides it out to backward point rather than forces it out. Hunt able to make the stop, and the square leg goes back now to deep backward to square. As Lenham bounces in and bowls, that's a good delivery because he went forward without getting to the pitch of the ball. It bounced a little bit, hit quite high up in the bat, but again there was no real turn for Lenham, so he was able to smother it. Swindles, 3 consecutive maidens to start the day. Sussex keeping things tight.
Yep, you can't fault their bowling so far this morning. It's been very tight and fantastic control from Lemon, the young leg spinner, just 17 years of age. To have that control is fantastic, really. And it's going to be Hunt again from the Bennett end.
Calling for a helmet and pads, so they may be thinking about a short leg. He does like a hook and a pull, Rishi Patel.
Hunt comes in, it's a short ball and it's guided down to third man for 1 run. Lemon's out there on the boundary and throws it back in, so Patel is off strike. Looks like the short ball might be a tactic they're going to employ this morning. There's been a couple already.
Took a brilliant catch down there, young Lenham, in the first innings off Lewis Hill, who cut one down, running in, got his hands underneath it low. Also made his first class career best with the bat yesterday, 48, so it's not been a bad little game for Archie Lenham.
In comes Hunt again from the Bennett end. It's a length ball and it's another play and a miss, this time from Swindles. Again, didn't really look to move his feet forward or back there and swiped outside off stump, and Sussex eyes will be lighting up here with these plays and misses this morning.
Yeah, two really nervous shots. Swindles this season 16-0, 29-0, 8-9, 25, 22, 20 and 1. Which, when you're going in at 6 and 7, isn't enough really.
Little change of field here of the backward pointers. Come in and Swindles in again, and it's another play and a miss outside off stump. Very, very similar to the previous ball. Not much foot movement and a little jab. I think trying to work it down to third man, but with the slip in play, it's quite a high risk shot, that.
Certainly not a percentage shot, is it? Jeepers, looks nervous.
In comes Bennett. It's short ball, and this time it is left alone outside off stump. All three balls very similar, but this time I think he's chosen the right option to leave it alone and not trying to work it down to that third man region. Square leg had been in for the previous two balls, but he's making his way back out towards the boundary, or maybe just 3/4 of the way out on the potential pull, and there's a fine leg in play as well. Hunt in, and it's a full delivery, and it's solidly defended by Swindles. Much more positive shot that from him, body right behind the ball there, so you want to see a bit more of that this morning if Leicester are going to develop this partnership and make their way towards calling on a Sussex second innings.
It'd be interesting to see what happens if they do get ahead, whether they'd think about a sort of declaration around about tea, 200 ahead, but I may be getting ahead of myself there.
Maybe a little bit. Oh, that's an absolute jaffa that is from Hunt, and it's a play and a miss. He's just tried to defend that, and I wonder if it's nipped off the seam, but it's a lovely area regardless. And Hunt looks like he's causing problems here from the Bennett end. The end of the over there.
Yeah, again, he didn't need to play at it though.
No, he
did
didn't.
He
It was well
wide,
outside off stump.
drawn into the push.
Exactly that, he did.
Commentator Cam is on. Morning, everybody. Sorry about that. From a personal point of view, hasten to add. So the pads are going on for another close fielder. Looks like Tom Haynes is putting them on, the Sussex skipper. Lenham having already asked several awkward questions. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel, I think for the first time this morning. It's not Tom Haynes who's putting them on, it is Tom Clark. Where's he going to go? He has been at slip, Clark. He's going to stay at slip, but he's just got the pads and protector on. As in goes Lenham and bowls and pushed, and is he caught at short leg? Yes, he is.
Fantastic catch.
Patel has gone. Lenham has done it again. He prodded forward. He didn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball. Couldn't keep it down. Inside edge, perhaps, but it sounded very wooden, and a very good catch, as Kirsty said, at short leg. Stuck out his left hand. I think it's Tom Alsop who's in there, and, well, Rishi Patel's hopes of going on to what would have been a maiden first-class century dashed very early, and Sussex's hopes of an innings victory raised.
Yeah, that is a fantastic catch there in its short leg, and as Patel tracked down the wicket, you could see short leg just moving with him. It's a fantastic bit of movement there to then take the catch, diving away with his left hand. Sussex is definitely in the driving seat now.
Yeah, we'll get a replay shortly on the stream just to see. But again, Lenham, well, he's already got a first-class career best with the ball, having only taken one first-class wicket previous to this game. He's now got a 4 for 47. I asked him last night, I said, what about a maiden 5 for? Oh, I said, that'd be brilliant. There's the replay. And yeah, Rishi Patel knew his fate. He looked a bit nervous this morning, didn't he? Did not quite find his rhythm. Walks disconsolately off. And Lenham has 4. Sussex within sight, arguably. Now, Ben Mike, 99 not out at Lords 2 weeks ago. Needs something similar now, Leicestershire. From the young all-rounder. Well, Patel probably didn't get the applause he deserved because he made most of his runs yesterday, of course, but it was a decent effort from him yesterday for sure. But they needed him to go on. 196 for 6. Still 44 behind. Ben Mike is at his best when he's being positive. He took on Shaheen Shah Afridi, but this is a very different challenge. A teenage leg spinner surrounded by close fielders. Sun goes behind cloud momentarily. Lenham, tail up, is in and bowls, drops very short. Mike goes back, pushes out into the leg side. If the throw hits, it could be close, but he is quite quick between the wickets. The throw from Aaron Beard didn't hit anyway, so safe enough, I suppose, but one wonders why the risk was considered necessary. But there you go. Single taken by Mike, 197 for 6. He's got off strike. Can Harry Swindles find some form? If you want to get in touch with us, the best way is at Fox's Cricket 22 on Twitter. As forward goes Swindles to a delivery just outside off stump. Lenham's hands go to his head, but he was on top of the bounce there, Swindles, guiding it out to backward point where Hunt is the fielder. Silly point in now as well. Lenham is in. Bowl stays low, goes past the outside edge as Swindles tried to work it away. Well, variable bounce. That will not encourage the Leicestershire dressing room.
No, not at all. So he's been very successful, Archie Lemon, this morning. Looks like a great young character. As every ball passes the bat, you can see the enthusiasm.
He's in and bowls, and on the back foot, which is always slightly dangerous. Swindles plays it firmly enough out towards mid-on. There's no run. Haynes is at mid-on. Pujara is at mid-off. There have been cheers throughout the first 3 days as in goes Lenham and bowls. Swindles leaves safely, and no doubt relieved to do so every time Pujara touched the ball from his sort of Indian fan club. But I don't think they're in today. So he's having a quiet time of it. End of the over, a successful one for Archie Lenham, who's now sitting on figures of 17 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 48. Dilemma for Haynes, does he take the new ball?
Yeah, definitely a dilemma, and the way Lenham's bowled this morning and looks to be causing a few problems, why not keep him on and keep men round the bat? As we know, sometimes the new ball can be effective, but it also just races away to the boundary quicker. I think they will take it at some stage and get Ollie Robinson with the new ball. He's their most experienced man, and they're key in the bowling attack, I suppose.
Hunt to continue in the meantime. Over 8 plus 13. I have never ever seen that before. All the overs of spin.
In comes Hunt again from the Bennett end. It's back of length, left alone from Mike. Facing Hunt for the first time.
Good evening to Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Tilda and he are watching. It's chilly, he says, down in Melbourne tonight. And he hopes Mike plays his shots. I don't think we can be annoyed if he gets out playing his natural game. Have a bit of a look.
It's a good length ball that's defended by Mike. So he looks to be having a look at the minute, but we'll see what approach he takes in the coming overs, I suppose. It might just be the game for him to play some shots and see what damage he can cause. But in the meantime, he's played a leave and a solid forward defence off Hunt. And charges in again, left arm round the wicket. Oh, and it's a big swing outside off stump. Didn't really get close to it, and it's more promising signs for Sussex there. I think that tells us what we need to know about the innings that Mike is looking to play. But no bat on that one, is straight through to the keeper. Hunt again, this time defended by Mike. Very solid in behind that off the front foot, straight to extra cover there.
When he made his 99 not out at Lords, it came off 108 balls, hit 9 fours and 4 sixes. But his first, he was in for about 4 or 5 overs before lunch on that final day, and he was only 1 or 2 not out, so he did have a look that day.
Hunt again, this time driven through the offside. It's a lovely drive through extra cover, and that will be 4 runs for Mike. The first boundary of the day goes off Hunt. Looks like he just slightly overpitched there. And it's driven beautifully. And he looked like he was in full control of that one at least.
Yeah, he didn't try and overhit it, did he?
Shot.
Just lent into it. And as you know, you get value for your shots here. If you beat the infield, it's a very hard to chase it down, isn't it?
It is, you're correct, especially where the wicket is situated on the square. It's very, very short through the offside as it is now, with the bowler coming in from the Bennett end. And the other side, although it's a big boundary, it's right across the square, so anything that is pulled across that square, you feel confident will go for 4. Hunt coming in again. It's a good length ball. It's driven an on drive straight to Robinson at mid-on for a dot, and that will conclude the over 4 from it.
Leicestershire supporters will be grasping at straws. I do appreciate that, but it was a nice shot from Ben Mike, and he is in form, so from the Foxes' point of view, they will be hoping that he can just establish himself, and he gets some support from Harry Swindles, Callum Parkinson to come, also Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks. Not a great deal. 1 or 2 more coming into the ground now, hopefully using those free tickets that have been distributed. Lenham looking for a maiden 5 at age 17 in first class cricket. What a match this has been for the youngster, who is in and bowls 2 Swindles. It's full. Swindles sort of drives. There's hesitation. Mike has to hurry. The throw comes in from Delroy Rawlins. It's a little bit high. Ollie Carter shows the ball to the bails but doesn't bother demolishing the stumps, which is a fairly rare thing for wicketkeepers these days, who don't need much excuse to whip the bails off.
Oh, they need no encouragement these days. Any opportunity, the bails are off, and
yeah,
the poor umpire has to come running in to set them back up straight.
well, they made their ground, but it wasn't entirely convincing, that piece of running. Lenham is in and bowls. Back goes Mike, forces out into the offside. In the gap in the covers, the sweeper on the offside boundary. Henry Crocombe comes in and fields, and Mike picks up a single, moves on to 6, 203 for 6, just 37 behind now Leicestershire. Swindles has 8 of 59 deliveries. Lenham is in, bowls to him, drops a bit short. He goes back and works the delivery out just wide of mid-on. Haynes has 4 or 5 yards to make up to his right, does so, but again a comfortable single taken. Swindles moves on to 9. Whisperit just starting to look a little bit more settled. Slip goes back in, so one of the close fielders comes out for Ben Mike as in goes Lenham. It's hit into the air, but it's bouncing out towards the cover boundary. Ben Mike had no idea where that had gone. He was looking to hit straight over mid on. Haynes is deepish, but certainly only about a third of the way back, and I think he was looking to hit it over him, and it skewed out into the offside. Well, a bit of a life for Ben Mike. Moves on to 7. Lenham is in. That one is short outside off stump and cut away by Swindles. Crocombe has to sprint around to his right. Does so, but he can't prevent a second run. So a few runs coming in the over, but again, a little bit of fortune involved as far as the Foxes are concerned. Perhaps that's the moment of luck that Ben Mike needs. He's on 7. Swindles into double figures now with that 2. He's on to 11, 207 for 6. The deficit 33. Ollie Robinson having a word with Archie Lenham. I'm not sure what he can tell him about leg spin, but he won't stop him telling him something. In goes Lenham. Bowls, bounces a little bit, and he went back. Swindles playing with fire, managed to get on top of the bounce, but again, something there for Lenham with the old ball. Right, decision time for Tom Haynes. Sorry, Kirsty, go on.
I think both teams will be encouraged by that over, shall we say. You know, Swindles looked like he was finding a bit of rhythm, but also chance going in the air from Mike. So Foxes are living dangerously. It looks to be hunt to continue from the Bennett end.
As a spinner, I mean, it's quite nice to bowl with a new ball. Not that you ever get that chance very often, isn't it? But it's harder. You should get a bit more bounce.
Yeah, definitely a bit more bounce. On a wicket where it's not spinning anyway, there are advantages. Obviously, if you were getting a bit of turn and with the old ball and you use the new ball, that would probably drop considerably. But definitely, you get a bit more bounce, which could definitely bring in, you know, your short leg and your silly point and the fielders more in front of the bat.
I haven't seen umpire Lungley hold the ball up, so he may still be using the old ball.
Looks like it. In comes Hunt from the Bennett end. Balls and it's driven straight back at him from Mike. Got a hand to it and just drops shy of the stumps.
Yeah, it still looks fairly dull, the ball, doesn't it? It's not glinting in the sun or anything. So we're still with the old ball. Yeah, it hasn't gone up on the board. Interesting decision by Haynes.
Yeah, they probably looking to keep Lenham on for a little bit longer potentially with the old ball, because he has looked threatening and took a wicket in this previous over, and then another chance was created in the most recent over, so they look to be sticking with spin for the meantime. In comes Hunt again from the Bennett end. Balls, and that looks to have potentially stayed low. He goes forward to defend Mike, but it goes past his outside edge. We'll be able to see that on the replay. looked to have got in a good position, Mike. Whether he played down the wrong line of it or it stayed low,
Did a bit.
and he comes again. It's short ball, and he pulls that out to square leg, who's hovering about 3/4 of the way out to that big boundary on the leg side there. Oh, I wonder how many yards that is. That must be.
We reckoned about
pretty big out
85, maybe 90, so it is a heck of a way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big hit out there, but he controls it. He controlled that well, Mike. Played it down and got a single to get him off to the other end, and in comes Hunt again. To Swindles this time, who presses forward and defends solidly behind that one. And I don't want to tempt fate, but he has looked to play more confidently, shall we say, as the morning's gone on. First 2 overs he was a bit tentative, but the last couple he seems to have gotten into his rhythm a little bit better. Hunt comes in again, and it's defended again by Swindles. He looked to potentially run a single there to cover, but extra cover came round to field that quite swiftly.
Yeah, Robinson's beginning to swing his arms at mid-on.
That new ball will be coming soon then, potentially. Last ball of Hunt's 8th over of this innings. In he comes. It's a good length ball, and it's a play and a miss again from Swindles. Much better length from Hunt, and really seems to be causing a few problems there when he finds that length.
Pretty good, considering he's got pretty much a sponge in his hand at the moment with that old ball. 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 10 in the innings. He's done what he's been asked to do, Sean Hunt.
Looks like Lenham's going to be going again here.
Yeah. Which is good to see, to be quite honest. Why not? He's not going for any runs. He's picked up a wicket. Full of confidence, the young man. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester very shortly, and we'll get Chris Edgerton in alongside Kirsty. We'll see if we can get through this Archie Lenham over before the update. He's dropped mid-on now. Haynes has gone back to long on after that Mike attempt to hit him straight. Lenham is in and bowls. Mike is forward, working it out into the offside. Robinson comes bounding into, I beg your pardon, Hunt comes bounding into field, and there is no run. You heard the call of no from Ben Mike. Short leg and slip there. Delray Rawlins is in at a shortish extra cover as Lenham goes in bowls. Rawlins seizes quickly on the ball to his left, and again Mike says no. A few more occupants of the Uptonsteel stand now between the electronic scoreboard and the meet. Still coming in to Leicestershire, seeing that they've already lost a wicket. Lenham is in, tosses it right up, reaches Mike just about on the full, but he doesn't try and overhit it, hits it hard down into the ground, and it bounces back to Lenham on the full.
Robinson's really getting loose now, doing a couple of ball throughs there at mid-off. Won't be long till we see him in action, I'm sure.
Mike now is got something under his helmet or something, maybe a fly or just disturbed him. He's taking guard again now. Bob's at the knees as he waits for Lenham, who is in and bowls and drops short, and worked past him back on the back foot by Ben Mike. Lenham put out his right hand and slowed the ball as it ran down towards long on. Pujara actually got there from a sort of mid-wicket position before Haynes, but a single taken by Mike, who moves on to 9. Swindles on strike as Lenham goes in and bowls and tosses it right up. Swindles waits for it and then just closes the bat face on it. He did get forward, but didn't try and drive it away. It was very straight. Clipped it gently out towards Pujara at mid-wicket. Lenham is in and bowls forward. Goes Swindles to a good length delivery drops it out into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 4 for 55. Lenham's figures now. We aren't now going to have an 11:30 update, so I'll bring Chris Edgerton in alongside you, Kirsty, if that's all right.
Of course, yeah. The new ball looks like it has been taken now. And umpire held it in the air there, so looks like Ollie Robinson is making his way to the Bennett end to bowl his first over of the morning. So it will be Ollie Robinson with the new ball from the Bennett end with Mike on strike.
Good morning, Kirsty.
Good morning.
And the key words of the day from the Tannoy announcer just then, slightly surprising to me actually. The new ball taken. No suggestion that you wouldn't give a bowler of the class of Ollie Robinson the chance to bowl with the new cherry, I imagine.
Yes, exactly. They've given Archie Lenham a few overs this morning, and he's done exactly what they need in getting rid of Patel, who was set on 67. But now Ollie Robinson's got the new ball with 2 slips in play. In he comes from the Bennett end. And it's driven, and it's out! First ball with a new ball. Mike has driven it straight to extra cover. It's a great low catch at extra cover. And he's hesitant to leave. I think he's in shock that he's driven that straight to extra cover. It was a full ball. It was there to be hit. But it's straight into the hands of extra cover, and Mike has to depart for 9.
Well, it actually gets worse the more you look at it. You look at it, the bat is away from the body. Must be what, good 7 or 8 inches outside off stump. It's a proper loosener from Robinson, and he might have just slightly held it back, but Mike has tried to climb into that, just got frankly nowhere near it, and it's a very fine catch at extra cover, low in front of him, and it's actually taken a bit of catching in the end. I think actually the fielder was caught by surprise by the lack of pace in the shot in the end.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Ollie Robinson won't believe his luck. He's bowled his first ball of the morning. Like you say, a bit of a loosener, probably not as quick as he would have liked, and Cheswar Pujara has taken a fantastic low grab, like you've said, down to his left. And then that brings Callum Parkinson to the crease. No mug with the bat, but he will have hoping he'll be able to turn his arm over this afternoon, but the chances look increasingly unlikely, unfortunately.
Well, 209 for 7. So they've added just 14 runs in the first half hour this morning. The deficit is still just over 30, isn't it? 31 to be precise. A lot of work still to be done, and now, well, it's an awful lot of pressure on Harry Souners, but from what Richard Rowe was saying, Callum Parkinson with good form in the bat, in good form with the bat, and certainly Leicestershire need him to produce some goods here.
And in comes Ollie Robinson now, second ball of the day. It's full again, and it's driven to Pujara again at extra cover, this time more controlled and on the ground.
Question for you, Kirsty. You're a slow left armer. We were talking about before that wicket about how long you would leave the old ball. I appreciate you're a finger spinner. Lenham is a wrist spinner, so it's slightly different. If you had an absolute Bunsen burner of a pitch, how many overs minimum would you need taking off the new ball as a spinner?
In comes Ollie Robinson, and is forward defended again by Parkinson, this time to the mid-off fielder. Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think when the wicket is spinning, you'd be more inclined to stay with the older ball for longer, because you're getting more turn off the pitch. You can get slips in play, short leg, like we've seen there with Archie Lenham. But if it is a Bunsen burner, the new ball would probably turn a little bit as well. So
you'd just go straight into it, would you, if you needed to?
Yeah, you could do. But sometimes it's about rotating the bowlers as well, getting through other overs, and in comes Ollie Robinson again, full again, and defended by Callum Parkinson.
always strikes me. It takes me back to days of listening to the radio in bed at about 3-4 o'clock in the morning, listening to the tests from India, and then there'd be the customary 3 overs of gentle, medium pace, basically. Whoever had won the toss and was being forced to bat first, and then basically the spinners would be on within the first hour. It would just be a novelty. I'm just curious, as a international bowler as yourself, just how long you would need, I guess.
In comes Ollie Robinson, and it's left alone this time from Parkinson, outside off stump, but a better length from Robinson. I think that's going to challenge the batsman a little bit more. That hard length of the ball is going to nip and swing and bounce with the new ball here.
It's got such a lovely, easy action, hasn't it? That one was, the rhythm there was terrific, and you saw the benefit, didn't you, with the slightly fuller length, and Parkinson's easily able to leave it through to Beard behind the stumps.
The last ball of Robinson's first over, he's in, and it's full again, and it's defended, driven forward to mid-off by Parkinson, and that concludes Robinson's first over of the day. Another wicket fell, and leaves Leicestershire 209 for 7, with a little bit of a mountain to climb and a lot of pressure here on Harry Swindles, who's 11 off 67.
I think I said Beard was the keeper. Of course, it's Oliver Carter. Should have clarified that. But it is a stiff challenge. This is the state of the game. Then we've played nearly 40 minutes so far on a glorious summer's day. I think we can call it summer now, mid-May, can't we?
Absolutely.
I think we're out of spring these days. Actually, bang on the middle of May, aren't we? The 15th of May today.
The last couple of days have been beautiful.
Glorious. I can imagine it was baking here yesterday. I was talking to one of the ground staff here, and yeah, I think they were glad of a glass of water. It looks as if one or two of the Leicestershire staff are just on the outset field there, just ready to give instructions. Now, Aaron Beard, I told you he was on his mind, because it looks like it's him that's going to come on to replace Lenham with the new ball. From the pavilion end, bowls to Swindles, and Swindles forward to that one, nudging that out into the offside, where Rawlings fields at extra cover, and there's no run. 2 slips, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, slightly set further back. That looks like that's Ollie Robinson. Yeah, still doing his stretching. That's probably I needed to do first thing this morning, actually, to be fair. Mid-wickets. No mid-wicket sweeper, but there is a man back on that boundary in front of the scoreboard there at the Bennett end. And is a deep backward square. Glorious weather, as we say. Beautiful blue sky. A hint of haze in the atmosphere as Beard comes in. Bowls and forward there. A little less confidently this time, Swindles. Just nudges that again into the offside. And there is no run. As we say, 14 runs added this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. Ben Mike, the last to go, driving off the very first ball from Ollie Robinson with the new ball. Caught excellently by Pujara at extra cover for 9. And then a little earlier in the day, Rishi Patel caught Allsop, bowled Lenham. Lenham with his 4th wicket. He'll be slightly gutted that they've taken the new ball with a forfeit to his name. Here is Beard in bowls, and Swindles drives a little more expansively this time, but again picked up by Rawlings in the extra cover area, and there is no run. What would worry you more from a Leicestershire perspective, the turn or the variable bounce that we're now just seeing? We've got Lenham to get 1 or 2 to rise, 1 in particular, but there was that low bounce on the other end.
I think definitely the variable bounce on this wicket. There doesn't seem to be much spin, so you can probably play quite confidently that there will be no spin, but the variable bounce does look to be a little bit more threatening.
Beard in, a little short of a length there, and it's worked through square leg by Swindles. He's certainly going to get a couple of easy runs there. 211 for 7. Swindles moves 13. Parkinson yet to get off the mark. That's the first run since the loss of Mike from the previous over from the Bennett end. The deficit just 29. Nice, easy Sunday morning this so far for Sussex. Not in terms of the nature of the task, more the pace with which things are moving. As Beard bowls again, back of a length, and that's dug out by Swindles into the extra cover area, and there is no run. Sussex thinking they can dismiss Leicestershire here without having to bat again?
I think it'll be certainly on their minds. It will be exactly what they're aiming to do. You can see that with the aggression. They've gone new ball, 2 opening key bowlers, a couple of slips in play. So they'll be trying to do that, but you know, they've still got men on the boundary. They won't be getting complacent.
Not in the least, but they'll fancy their chances as Beard comes in again, back of length, and that's left eventually by Swindles. Quick flick of the bat out of the way as it goes through to Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. End of the over, 211 for 7 here, Leicestershire, in their second innings. Swindles 13, Parkinson about to face Robinson once again, yet to get off the mark. Couple of scores from elsewhere in Division 1, Lancashire 566 for 9. Yorkshire just all out for 379 at Headingley in the Roses match day 4 there too. Somerset, as you know, won by an innings and 246 against Gloucestershire. A lot of very happy cidermen drinking cider this morning. Is it a bit early for cider? 11:45?
Never too early.
Like your attitude, Kirsty. Worcestershire 94 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing by 103 to Derbyshire. They'll be pushing for victory there. I wonder how that's going to go at the County Derby. But here's Robinson from the Bennett end.
It's a good length ball, left alone by Parkinson there. Robinson looks to be getting into his stride now. The first over, although he got the wicket of Mike, just looked a little bit slower on the eye and quite full. But that first ball was much more of the Robinson we've seen in the last 12 months, when he's been playing for England and picking up Test wickets all around the world.
You've seen more of him than I have, Kirsty. Burning what, 3/4 pace at the moment, just easing into the morning.
Yeah, here comes Robinson again, and that's left alone, and another good length ball. No, I think he's getting up to pace now. Don't know exactly what he's bowling at, but he typically sits around the mid-80s.
It's like you and your spinners.
I wish. Yeah, typically sits around the mid-80s, and probably looks like he's up around 80, 81 at the minute.
Do you know who he reminds me of? Roland Jones at Middlesex. That sort of pace, consistent, very accurate, and the Sussex bowling from all three so far has been excellent.
Robinson again, another good length delivery, this time defended. Not so confidently off the front foot, looks like it rised a bit and hit Parkinson's bat on the stickers at the top of the bat, but he survives it nonetheless.
Because if you think about it, we've played, what, 45 minutes here so far. How many expansive shots have we seen from these Leicestershire batsmen? There's been very, very little either side of the wicket for them to... In fact, I can barely remember a little whip through, more than 2 or 3 whips through mid-wickets. The line's been excellent so far.
Robinson again. Oh! It's a nick, but it's gone down to third man for 1. Young Archie Lenham down there gets the ball in, and that completely squared up Callum Parkinson there. It was an excellent delivery from Ollie Robinson, but he survives it and gets himself down the other end.
Rather relieved to get to the other end. That was definite seam movement, that from Robinson. And you're quite right, he's just adding that little bit of extra pace now, and that was he really has squared up Parkinson very well indeed.
Causing a few problems here for this middle order, lower middle order. But yeah, you're right, the lines have been excellent this morning. There's only been 1 boundary this morning. In comes Robinson again, and it's left alone. Looks like a great leave that. It's a good length, just rising over the top of off stump or 4 stump. Yeah, just the 1 boundary this morning from Mike through the covers, which was an over-pitch delivery from Hunt. But there's been a couple of plays and misses that I'm sure will have kept the heart rates up in the Leicestershire dressing room. But other than that, like you say, no freebies, that's for sure, which is exactly what Sussex will want to.
Goodness me, no.
Here we go, here comes Robinson again, and it's driven, and it's just got through there, backward point, and it's extra cover comes round to feel that, and it's 1 for Swindles to conclude Robinson's second over of the day.
Just shows you the lack of pace actually in this week. I mean, I appreciate it's a relayed pitch from what Richard was saying earlier, but he's really having to reach for that, isn't he? Swindles just really trying to get himself forward at every opportunity.
Yeah, just trying to find a way to score runs, I suppose, but it also shows you in contrast the speed of the outfield, because he's really just lent on that, not played anything expansive, and he's beaten the infield and found a single. So if Leicestershire can keep playing like that and find ways of rotating the strike, they'll hope to keep reducing this deficit 1 run at a time.
28 that deficit right now, and for certain Leicestershire need to get to that first without losing any more wickets. Hello, I'm commentator Cam. I'm going to have to get used to that and breathe in, I think, as well, as that's down the leg side. Rare loose delivery, that one from Sussex this morning. Beard's line just varying. Thank goodness for that. We're back on the play. Thank goodness for that. Don't get that at the rugby, tell you now, and thankfully not when I'm having my 2 pies at half time. 2:13 for 7. Say how glorious it is. 1 or 2 more spectators have made their way inside, obviously with the state of the game. Not likely to get huge crowds, especially with the good numbers I'm told that we had in yesterday here at Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground. Oh, that's left well, it was a wild slash outside off stump by Swindles, and there's a staring match afterwards between Beard and the batter.
That looked to have really bounced there, didn't it? More than expected.
Well, that got up and his eyes lit up there, Swindles, and that's what Leicestershire just have to be careful about. We've seen too often Leicestershire batters just getting out to balls quite wide outside the off stump, and it was almost there by design, that by Beard, just to see if he could attempt the nick through to Carter behind the stumps. And there was a little bit of excitement in the slip cordon about that one. 2:13 for 7 it remains. Extra cover just in a fraction, about 15 yards from the bat, as Beard comes in full length, driven well but not timed by Swindles, down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Fine looking shot that from Swindles, and hopefully more of that nature will give him a bit more confidence.
83 overs left after this one in the day. I think that includes the final hour. Certainly Leicestershire won't be looking at anything other than that deficit, which is now 27. Potentially even just getting to lunch, what, at 10 to 12. Here's Beard in, again full length and beaten. That's nips off the seam away from the outside edge of Swindle's bat. And the cry you heard was from the slip cordon. Again, getting all excited on a Sunday morning. Have you not heard about a lie-in, for goodness sake?
Yeah, and quite right to be getting excited. That was a beautiful delivery from Beard, and like you say, probably swung. I can't really see from this angle, but definitely nipped off the seam, and it was a play and a miss again, and that slip cordon will be getting excited for what's to come.
We are at a wide long off here, if you're not unfamiliar where we are, as Beard bowls, and that's a little better from Swindles, right in behind that one, out to Haynes, who's at mid-off, and there is no run. I'd say it would be some heave. A wide long off, deep extra cover on the boundary, that's where we would be in relation
Wide
to
the
pitch. Yeah, wide long off.
I feel like normally would be a central position here, but we're the wicket we're on today is very, very far over, which has left us with one very short boundary and one very big boundary.
That is towards the meat, that short boundary, and there's one man back at deep backward square as Beard bowls, again full of length, well played by Swindles. Not much movement from the crease, but Haynes has to do the fielding at mid-off, and there is no run. 213 for 7, Swindles 14, Parkinson on 1, that deficit. A rather annoying from a Leicestershire perspective, but equally frustrating actually for Sussex that it's coming down. That deficit is just 27. And I'm sure Robinson will continue, but you look at the state of this game right now. Given Sussex's strength, you know, they've got Pajara, who's made what, over 700 runs so far in Division 2 this season. You've got Robinson when he's available, very handy. Lenham looks to be, come on, leaps and bounds since he made his splash in the T20. Are you slightly surprised that Sussex is second from bottom in the table?
Yeah, I think so, but the division is so strong as well. And like you say, Robinson continues here, and that is Good length delivery, left alone by Parkinson. Flies through to Carter, who's stood pretty far back there. There's now 3 slips in play, so Sussex look to be going a bit more aggressive here now, really trying to pull the strings. There's nobody from a square mid-wicket, right round to Robinson, the bowler. Oh no, here we come. A mid-on is coming in play now.
Plenty of space though, isn't there? Should say, by the way, just at the top of the table, fascinating game at Lords today. Watch this ball and bring those details to you.
Here comes Robinson in again, and that looked to have risen a lot there off a good length, and Parkinson's come forward, but it's hit the splice of his bat there as he's come forward, and they might be encouraged to get a short leg in here as well with those signs.
Well, I would with the variable bounce, I really would. Yeah, that game at Lords, Middlesex against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex top, Nottinghamshire third. Middlesex need 417 to win, 99 for 3 there in St John's Wood. That very much a game. I mean, if Sussex have got ambitions of getting into the into Division 1 next season, then they can't let either of those teams get too far away.
Robinson again. This time full of a length, and Parkinson defends straight back to Robinson. No, absolutely. I think, Sussex will be hoping to tighten some screws and make sure they get the points today here. Although it's far from confirmed, and I guess down in Lords, Notts will be wanting to pull some strings there and get some wickets, because there's still a whole day's play left, and Middlesex obviously a very strong side. In comes Robinson again from the Bennett end. Full ball, left alone outside off stumps, straight through to Carter behind the stumps.
And just to make the point, Kirsty, Middlesex 85 points from what will be 5 games, so still to add the points to their total, whether they win or draw. Of course, they won't get anything if they lose. Nottinghamshire in 3rd spot on 80, with Glamorgan in between them on 81. Sussex on 45, so I think still 16 points, isn't it, for a win? I think. They can't let that gap get too big.
Robinson in again, and it's defended to extra cover from Parkinson. Not much let up here from Robinson. The lines and lengths have been very consistent, and no way through at the minute.
No, it's been solid enough by Parkinson today. Yeah, 16 points for a win, 8 for a tie, 8 for a draw. So if one of those sides wins that game, of course the draw very much a live candidate right now, would already take one of them over 100 points.
Robinson in again, and defended, body right behind that one from Parkinson. He does look solid in defence, which will be a promising sign for Leicestershire. And then now we can just see if he can keep taking the scoreboard along at the same time, will be what's next.
But another maiden, 213 for 7, as we see 1 or 2 water bottles being carried out, which I think it feels like Song 9 last night in the Eurovision Song Contest. Everyone have a drink, basically. So are you aware of this, by the way?
No, I'm not. No,
you're not a Eurovision
fan?
No. Okay, fair enough. Well, basically, there are now, I think, about 30 acts in the Eurovision Song Contest. You think day 4 in a county championship game is a long ass when you know there's not going to be a result. As, by the way, this is intriguing, Archie Lenham coming back into the attack. But yeah, Song 9, when Terry Wogan used to do it, the late lamented Sir Terry Wogan, would always say, don't have a drink until Song 9. Just to pace yourself a little bit for the game. So now Graham Norton, who does it basically always now, says, right, Song 9, remember Terry Wogan. And you're far too young to remember Wogan doing Eurovision. As Lenham bowls with 2 men round the bat, and that's worked into the offside by Swindles. Past the man at backward point, out to the cover sweeper, if you like. I think it's just the single. Yeah, 214 for 7. Swindles moves to 50. As you say, it's like a run chase. You just pace yourself.
Ease yourself into it.
Don't go in there all shots blazing. Just take it easy. Slip and a short leg in place. Pujara poised like the vulture at extra cover, waiting for that type of drive that got rid of Ben Mike earlier. Parkinson facing, and that's given a bit of twirl by Lenham. Parkinson right behind it, back to the bowler, and there is no run. So we've got a slip, backward point, deep cover boundary fielder, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket that's rather straight, as that's a little shorter this time from Lenham. And Parkinson's able to guide that into the offside, and there is no run.
Like you say, it's an interesting move to bring Archie Lenham back on. I mean, did Beard bowl 1 or 2 overs there?
I think he might have bowled 3.
3, beg your
let's
pardon.
check. No, fine. As Lenham from over the wicket bowls, and again gives that air, and has completely done Parkinson outside the stump. Was that a bit of a Google action there? I don't know, but it certainly actually went away from him, didn't it? But Parkinson beating all ends up.
Yeah, but Beard only bowling a few overs and bringing Lenham back on. It is an interesting move, and we'll see soon if it's successful.
Again, gives a bit of loop, and that just takes the outside edge of Parkinson. I don't know that he knew an awful lot about that one, actually. It's guided down to the backward point area where Robinson fields, and Parkinson gets off strike. 2:15 for 7. I'll have an update in the next 2 or 3 minutes or so for BBC Radio Leicester listeners. I haven't done one of these for ages. Blimey. Richard's leaving us with the keys to the castle almost, as that's back of a length and worked into the mid-wicket area, but it was on the bounce to the man at short leg, and it might have just hit him in the stomach actually, and that would have been a fearful blow at that close range. It's the end of the over. I'm going to leave you, Kirsty, to allow Richard to do the update, shall we? And in fact, Kirsty, you want to step out? We'll all move seats in a moment, and we'll continue the commentary very shortly. Well done.
Thank you.
No problem.
You due 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris. Well, that was a chance. He actually turned that delivery not quite into the midriff of Alsop at short leg, but it was going quite quickly and tricky to hang on to. One of those that either sticks or it doesn't, but very interesting that Haynes has gone straight back to Alsop.
It's nice to work with you once again,
Hello.
Richard. By the way,
Hello,
but I have to get used to commentator cam. By the way, I feel that I have to breathe in at every point. But also, the last time I was here, no joke. If you remember, I brought a little pug in for the day. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was the most popular picture I ever put on social media, I think, of that.
It shows how the internet
animal.
works, really, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Sadly, Bella not with us today, unfortunately. Sorry, Kirsty.
So a double change, interestingly. Robinson is off as well. Henry Crocombe is on at the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls. Forward goes Parkinson, defending a full delivery out into the offside. Problem for Leicestershire now is obviously they still trail by 25, but at the moment Swindles just isn't hurting Sussex. He's occupying the crease, which is great and very important, but it's highly unlikely he's going to do that all day.
We were talking about this actually about 10 minutes ago, and basically there have been no balls to hit. The bowling from all of Sussex's attacks so far has been excellent.
It has, as Crocombe is in, outside off stump. Parkinson hops across and lets it go through. As Chris mentioned, there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. But
I thought I was going to get my chance there, Richard, but you just nipped in. But yeah, if you look at the number of expansive shots, well, obviously you saw one from Mike to the first ball of the new ball.
here comes the update. And it's not going well for Leicestershire, I'm afraid. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. They began on 195 for 5 in their second innings, still needing another 45 to make Sussex bat again. Well, they still need another 25 to make Sussex bat again, but they've lost 2 wickets in reaching that total. Rishi Patel was first to go, 67 not out overnight, only added a single before being caught at short leg off the young leg spinner Archie Lenham, just 17. Lenham now taken 4 wickets for the first time in his first class career. And then Ben Mike just caught between 2 stools where they're to attack or not. He just checked an off drive slightly, didn't put his full weight into the shot at Ollie Robinson, the very first delivery with the new ball, and spooned it up for Cheteshwar Pujara to hang on just to get his hands underneath at extra cover. That was Mike gone for 9, 209 for 7. It's gone on to 215 for 7. Harry Swindles has been there all morning. He's a bit tied down at the moment. He's on 15. Callum Parkinson is with him on 2. Sussex have a stranglehold on the game with Leicestershire 215 for 7. Back with you online. Just missed a couple of deliveries from Crocombe. Parkinson looking to leave outside off stump. Did so. Saying good nick with the bat, Callum Parkinson. Last 3 innings, 27, 29 not out and 32 not out. As Crocombe is in, bowls to him a bouncer, which the Lancastrian just ducks underneath. End of the over, 215 for 7 remains the score. Leicestershire still 25 behind. So in the first hour, Chris, they've added just the 20 runs and lost 2 wickets. But as you say, that's a testimony to the Sussex bowling.
Yeah, very little either side of the wicket. In fact, I think we've seen one from Beard in the last of his overs that went down the leg side. Little couple of whips through mid-wicket from Patel in particular, but nothing else. And well, it's no wonder that the pace has been relatively slow going for these Leicestershire batsmen, who remain 25 behind Sussex. And I'm not certain it's that big a surprise to see Lenham back into the attack, especially with the variable bounce that's now coming. He is getting 1 or 2 to lift, actually, which is frustrating for Leicestershire, as he gives that one air to Swindles, and that's nudged into the offside, and there is no run. I am delighted to see that scoreboard, by the way, Richard, because normally when I do the rugby, I've got binoculars, and what did I do this morning? I left the binoculars at home, as that's worked into the onside this time by Swindles. There's no run.
You can't pick out everything on it, can you?
I might need a little bit of help on occasions, getting on a bit these days. Yes, I'm thankful there's no fielders actually down at long leg for the leg spinner, to be fair, as you wouldn't expect. As in comes Lennon, that's lifted down towards deep backwards square, and it's a good stop there by the man who I have absolutely no hope of picking up. But you've been here all 4 days.
I think it's Aaron Beard down there.
There we go. But it was just a single for Swindles, and again, that's the sort of the nature of the day's play so far, because if Leicestershire were a little more on top, Swindles probably would have carted that into the nets area, which is just behind those delightful set of trees over on that right-hand side as we look near the beak. Now 2 slips in place for Parkinson as Lenham comes in. Bolston gives that air. Parkinson, who knows a thing or two about leg spin, forcing that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Very attacking field here, as you might expect.
Yeah, because they're not going for any runs. They can attack as they want.
I think they want a beer on the dressing room balcony this afternoon, as that's worked into the offside by Parkinson. A little further from the off stump on that occasion, and there is no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And a short leg in place, so just 6-3 field. Backing his bowler here, Haynes, as that's worked into the offside, and there will be a single this time for Parkinson. And they just need to keep the strike ticking over here. 2-3 runs and over. Keep this scoreboard going, and to just reduce this deficit a little more. That deficit 23 for Leicestershire, 217 for 7, Swindle 16, Parkinson on 3.
Yeah, run rates have been an issue for Leicestershire all season, both in terms of batting and bowling. It's 2.4 for the innings at the moment, which is roughly the level at which they've scored throughout the season. But they have conceded, on average, pretty close to 4 runs and over in the innings in which they've been bowling. And Sussex, their 450 came at a decent lick, round about not that much less than 4 and over. I think it was about 3.6, 3.7. Giving the opposing captain so many more options when runs are scored, and scored at a reasonably quick
3.5,
rate.
3.55.
Yeah. Henry Crocombe continues from the Bennett end. 1 for 24 for the young man at the moment. Bowls down the leg side. Parkinson tries to help it on its way. It's not taken by Ollie Carter, and that is 4 byes conceded by the mulleted Carter. Mulleted, I might add, Chris, and proud of it. His Who's Who entry says if You know, any regrets? Yes, he says, I would have had my mullet earlier. He's possibly the only man in county cricket with a mullet, and very proud of the fact.
Is that the first boundary of the day?
No.
Second?
There was, yeah, second. There was one off the bat.
It reminds me of Harry Wells, Tigers player, who's, trust me, he plays in the second row, so you're not going to argue with him. He is proud of his mullet too.
Crocombe is in, bowls outside off stump. Parkinson just calmly lifts his bat in a neat parabola over the line of the ball, which bounces through to Carter, who takes it cleanly on that occasion.
By the way, I think we ought to just mark the passing, shock surprise passing of Andrew Simons overnight. If you've missed the news, killed in a car crash, unfortunately. Not even 50.
Crocombe is in, bowls. Parkinson on the back foot, stays a touch low, but he gets everything behind it, drops it out towards point. Pujara comes in and fields, and there's no run again. Yeah, sad news. A few people posting photographs of Simons and Warne, arms around each other's shoulders after another Australian victory. Two great players.
Could have taken that shot from an awful lot of games.
Crocombe is in and bowling a good bouncer. He has a good bouncer, Crocombe, and down on one knee, Parkinson plays it well.
That was the most definitive of leaves, that from Parkinson as well. Virtually looked, it was as if he was trying to find the washing up liquid from underneath the sink there. It was that low down.
Looks around him. You can always see him bristling with defiance. Leg slip or leg gully, really. Beard has gone in there now. So short leg and leg gully as Crocombe is in to Parkinson, who does fend in the air wide of Beard, and it wasn't so very far wide of him. Sean Hunt comes in from long leg to field, gets his throw away. Parkinson picks up a single, but 2-3 yards to his left, and that would have been right into the hands of Beard. So Crocombe, if he was bowling for that, that was a really neat piece of work, and it very nearly came off for Tom Haynes and Sussex. Didn't quite. 2-2-2 for 7.
Will not mind that in the slightest, and it, as you say, bisected the short leg and the leg slip.
Keep staying in there, Aaron Beard. He hasn't moved from that position. He hasn't moved slightly to the left as Crocombe is in to Swindles, who's looking to leave at the last minute. Does so. Bounces through low-ish to Ollie Carter. End of the over. 2-2-2 for 7 remains the score. Foxy Phil, are we in neutral this morning? 20 runs in the first hour. Well, it is good bowling, but yes, it's hard to see Leicestershire just sort of batting the day out with just the 3 wickets left. You never know. They managed to bat the day out against Worcestershire, obviously, in the first game of the season. However, they did have Hassan Azad at one end, an unbeaten century for the Leicestershire opener. Whereas Parkinson and Swindles, very much all-rounders.
Lenham again from the pavilion end. 2 men round the bat for Parkinson, and that's driven into that short extra cover position. And there is no run. Actually, should we call it 3 men round the bat with that short extra? A little, round about 45 degrees from the bat. Still about 10-15 yards away, so probably not. As Lenham comes in once more, that's given a bit of loop and driven back to the bowler by Callum Parkinson, and there is no run. Conditions remain quite glorious here on this Sunday afternoon, as we now must call it. A little bit more cloud cover overhead, and the clouds are actually starting to build ever so slightly on the other side of the indoor school, as there's a frustrated cry from mostly slip corner as it takes the pad, maybe even a bit of bat on that as it dropped down in front of the batsman. No run.
Tends to be where the weather comes from if there is any bad weather.
We've had the sights of doom there in the past, haven't we, as that's played out into the offside this time by Parkinson, and there is no run. 2-2-2 for 7.
Yeah, it wouldn't be doomed for Leicestershire if it does come, but they'd be delighted to see it, I suspect.
I've never seen Paul Nixon dance, but I think he might be if we don't know. There's no sense, by the way, that we're going to get a rain shower. It's a very high and bright cloud, if that makes sense. As again, Parkinson right behind that, as he's played the majority of his 30-odd balls in this innings so far, right in behind it, back to the bowler, and there is no run. And You know what? This is the first cricket I've seen this season at the G, Richard, and you can tell that Parkinson's been in good touch just by the way he's moving in behind the ball like this, and he's working that behind square. Will pick up a single. It might have gone slightly uppishly there, given the reaction of the fielders, and indeed Lenham searching for the wicket that will bring up his maiden first-class fifer. Another run to the total, but that makes it just 28 added since we began at 11 o'clock this morning. 2-2-3 for 7. Leicestershire still 17 behind.
Yeah, he's a better batsman than his twin brother Matt, Callum, and he's developing as such all the time. He's always been quite hard to get out, but he's beginning to build his sort of repertoire of shots as well. He knows his job is to stay there with Swindles.
Could take a 50 from him right now.
Yeah.
Has he made a first-class 50, by the way, Parkinson?
Well, he got a 49 earlier this season against Derbyshire. I'm sure he's got a 50, I will check. He's on strike now as Crocombe is in and bowls to him, hits the pad, bounces up to short leg. Now Beard at leg gully has moved now 2 big strides to his left. He's almost a sort of short backward square now. More or less where Parkinson hit that previously.
Precisely, he's not gone very far at all, but now Parkinson's either got to... I think he's got to probably actually pull rather than just nudge, if that makes sense.
Crocombe is in, Parkinson is forward on off stump, defending out into the offside, picked up by the great Cheteshwar Pujara.
Either that or he's just got to try and nick it through past the keeper, but there's not an awful lot of room for manoeuvre in that part of the field.
Yeah, he made 75 a couple of years ago. That was it at Worcester? I did watch it, but
I was going to say, if you didn't.
In goes Crocombe and left by Parkinson, hopping across his stumps but leaving his bat raised, taken quite low by Ollie Carter. Sussex being patient. They know the scoreboard isn't really going anywhere. Talking to young Lenham last night, he was saying, well, pitch is good, and he said a little bit of turn, he said, but even if they were to get a lead, he said, would be fairly confident of chasing it down. Crocombe is in and bowls down the leg side, just leans away from it, Callum Parkinson. Crocombe trying to entice that shovel round the corner, straight into the hands of Aaron Beard.
Just in terms of those left for Leicestershire, Wright and Hendricks. Wright, yeah, good luck. But Hendricks, what's he like as a batsman?
He has faced an awful lot of deliveries, and he played out 26 overs against Worcester to save that game. He's no mug with the bat as Crocombe goes in and bowls. Good bouncer outside off stump, but again well played by Parkinson, who dropped his hands and sort of moved slightly inside it. He will not give an inch. There's no question of Callum Parkinson not getting into line. And if anybody's saying anything to him, he will say something straight back. He said that's how it G's him up, rather. Some of the Leicestershire players just ignore it, the likes of Azad. As Beard wanders now to his right and goes back into that sort of leg slip position, and consequently long leg, well, fine leg moves to long leg. Round the wicket comes Crocombe and bowls. Parkinson is pushing a fullish delivery off his legs out towards mid-wicket. Robinson's somewhat gingerly runs after it, daintily perhaps is the right word, looking rather like he did on day one when he was suffering from food poisoning, and every step looked fraught with danger for Ollie Robinson before he had to come off. End of the over, 2-2-4 for 7. Parkinson has 6, Swindles just 16 of 87 balls.
He'll like daintily. I think I'd like daintily. I'm not sure I've done anything daintily for about 25 years, I fear. But
yeah, maybe gingerly would have been the right word, as if afraid of the consequences every time his foot hit the ground.
Well, it is that sort of, it's a Sunday, early Sunday afternoon. Plenty of people just heading out gingerly for the afternoon, depending on what they were up to last night.
Could hear a few chants when I was out there on the balcony, so I don't know what time Leicester City kick off, 2 o'clock maybe.
That's a very good point, I've forgotten about that. Now, change of bowling, but no real change in the method of attack. Lennon's going to just take a little break, And we're going to see Delray Rawlins with some slow left arm here. Round the wicket. Comes in at a fair old pace, actually. And that's pushed forward into the covers. And Parkinson takes a quick single, which it might have been called through by Swindles. And there's just a single. This is fine for Leicestershire. A couple of runs and over. Just to work the singles. It's not particularly aggressive cricket, but may well mean that Sussex have to bat again. Rawlins forward, and so is Swindles back to the bowler, and there is no run. Rawlins, broad-shouldered, gets on with it. 4 strides into the crease, round the wicket, bowls, and Swindles again pushing forward out into the offside, and there is no run.
Tell you what, Sussex supporters, the cloud is building a little bit away to the south and the west.
He's getting twitchy. Richard Ray getting twitchy about the weather is part of the Leicestershire summer. As again, that's nudged forward out into the offside, and there is no run.
The weather will be what it will be, but Sussex supporters won't want to lose any overs. There's no question of losing overs before lunch, I don't think.
Certainly not. There's Rawlins in again. That's full toss, but Swindles doesn't really take advantage, picks out the man at extra cover, and there is no run. And there is still one more delivery to be bowled. These two have put 16 on for the 8th wicket. Rawlins in, flatter delivery this time, as you'd expect. And again, Swindles forward to that one, and there is no run. 2-2-5 for 7. And they're hardly going at express pace, but you just get the impression that Leicestershire's batsmen just looking to get more 1s and 2s while they can. That deficit remains, though, and it's at 15 as we see. I thought a couple of Sussex substitutes ready to come on, but just the likes.
George Burrows is out there, so somebody has just gone off. I will check who that is. He's running on with a helmet as well. So Lenham is going to have a go. No, it's not going to be Lenham. It's going to be spin from the Bennett end. But Robinson's going to bowl some spin, which he can do. Which I haven't, you know, I do know he can do it. You know, it's an option for him, but he's not going to bowl seam up as he does for England. He's going to bowl some off spin. Interesting one.
Shades of Mike Watkinson here from not that long ago.
And he is going to have a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip when he's bowling to Callum Parkinson. He's also got a short-ish mid-wicket. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson is forward and he's fending it down. It bounces short of Allsop at short leg, but only a foot or so short. And Robinson, with that extra height compared to Lenham, might just get that bit of extra loop and bounce. He is in and bowls, tosses it up, and again Parkinson is turning the face of the bat on it, this time to better effect. He pushes it directly down into the ground. It rolls to Allsop. Rawlins likes this though. He claps at slip as in goes Robinson and bowls fuller. This time Parkinson gets to the pitch and pushes it back up to the England bowler. Not when he's bowling this. I don't know if he's ever turned his arm over as a spinner at any stage in his brief England career. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson is turning it, or looking to turn it, off his feet. There's a half appeal. It was inside edge onto the foot, I think, in the end, and it runs past Allsop, who scampers quickly in pursuit, makes sure that no singles accrue. Just 30 runs in the first 90 minutes almost of the day as in goes Robinson and bowls. Parkinson strokes it out to mid off. 15 behind Leicestershire now, but well, they're occupying the crease. In goes Robinson, bowls a little bit shorter in length, and Parkinson forward anyway, playing the ball off the pitch. It doesn't bounce or turn very much, and that is a very, well, perfectly respectable over of off spin from Ollie Robinson. Doesn't pick up another wicket. If they get one more before lunch, I think Sussex will be absolutely delighted with their morning's work. I think they would have taken 30 for 2 after close on 90 minutes this morning as well.
We have to say that was a very, very steady over that from Robinson. I think Parkinson had to play every single delivery there, didn't he? Don't think there was one even outside off stump or leg stump. But I am slightly surprised Lenham is not into the attack, as Rawlins comes in slightly back of a length, that one, and it's nudged into the onside by Swindles.
Now,
And there is no run.
Mike Jelfs has sent us on Twitter a picture of the weather coming our way. There is some heavy rain to the south, you know.
Great minds think alike and all that. If you look over here, Mr. Reyes, that's whipped, in fact, through square leg by Swindles, and there is no run. It's probably just south of Birmingham, maybe Evesham sort of way, Evesham, Northamptonshire way. Can't quite see the direction in which it's going, but there's a lot more down towards London.
There is, in the south coast. It's probably raining in Brighton and probably raining on Hove at the moment.
Which reminds me, actually, is the Rawlins. Oh, that lifts. Slow left arm, really getting that one to a lift, and Parkinson has to get his gloves down on top of that one to work it into the offside, and there is no run.
Gary Bailey on Twitter. He says, lovely few days in the Gower Suite this week.
Very luxurious as Rawlins pulls out of his delivery mid-stride.
Shame about the state of play, and he's expecting big changes, and he says Rian Ahmed should be playing if the likes of Lenham is old enough to play.
3 spinners in this Sussex lineup. It's food for thought, certainly, as Rawlins bowls, and that's a little high on the bat of Parkinson as he again works that into the onside, and there is no run.
He's also a very decent bat, Rian Ahmed. Oh,
can't remember. Oh, now Wasp. That has to be a wasp, doesn't it? Or some sort of
a swarm somewhere.
A swarm. I've got no chance of seeing it down there. Have you got?
I can't see them.
But every single player, apart from the keeper Carter, is flat on the ground, and the 2 umpires as well.
Oh, there it goes. There they go. Bees. Wasp, bees.
Bee swarm.
Ah, close
the door. Close the windows quick. Close the windows quick. Close that door behind Kirsty. Panic attack.
Right then, when I was like, I didn't even realise what was going on because I was on my phone.
Wow.
And then I looked up and it was
amazing.
You saw the swarm?
Yeah, well they just came up to me just when you were taking that picture.
We'll stick that on now. Just where will that picture be in a moment or two, Richard?
Well, I'll have a look in a second, but we are going to play cricket again shortly. So.
Let's concentrate on the bee swarm. Far more important. 2:26 for 7. Play continues then as Rawlings bowls wide of the off stump, very wide in fact, and that's left well alone, and there is no run. I've never seen a collective of activity as unified as that in some considerable time. Straight down on the ground, lads. Straight down on the ground. A slip and a short leg in place for Rawlings as he comes in round the wicket once more. Flatter delivery and back to extra cover. It is nudged by Parkinson, and there is no run. 2:26 for 7. The deficit is just 14. I did want to say hello to Adrian and Mrs. Harms. Adrian not with us this week. BBC Sussex Sport listeners, I'm sure, will realise why. But we hope to have Adrian back in action on the counter second. I do hope
he was with us on day 2.
Was he? And that's good to know.
Yeah.
And I hope that for his sake, the cake at Hove is still as glorious as ever.
It'll taste much better to those at Hove next week if Sussex have a win under their belts.
First of the season it would be for Sussex as well.
It certainly would. It would be the first since last April. 17 games they have gone without a win.
You know your stuff, sir.
As Robinson is in with his off-spin. Forward goes Swindles, thick outside edge. It's running down towards third man, not particularly quickly. Lenham is in pursuit, but it's going to run down the slope and crosses the ropes. Slightly fortuitous, but Leicestershire will not mind how the runs come if they come. Swindles into the 20s now, onto 21, not out.
Partnership worth 21 as well. Just starting to get to the slightly annoying stage from a Sussex perspective, and slightly promising from a Leicestershire one.
Robinson is in, bowls full. Swindles waits for it and then just clips it calmly out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Beard. Robinson is in, tosses it up and hit hard through mid-on by Swindles, slightly cross-batted, slightly heavy bottom hand, and moving across to his left from mid-on, almost to directly behind the stumps is Sean Hunt, so just the single to Swindles, moves on to 22, but trying to be more positive now. Robinson in 2, Parkinson, and beats him, groping on the outside edge. Callum Parkinson didn't get the edge, got away with it. Robinson in again, tosses it up, not afraid to give it air, pushed through mid-wicket by Callum Parkinson, should pick up a couple, as Hunt on this occasion has to run across to his right, about 20 yards or so, does so, and Parkinson does duly pick up a couple. Moves on to 9. Maybe Leicestershire then have seen that weather forecast and think it might yet be a factor, might yet lose us some overs. Might just slip away to the south as Robinson is in. Back goes Parkinson and defends out into the offside, off stump end of Robinson's over. He did beat the bat. The bat is still being beaten from time to time, but not at the moment finding the edge. 2-3-3 for 7. Leicestershire now just 7 behind. Anticipate hearing a faintly ironic cheer if they get past that 7 runs.
Certainly a few more spectators have made their way inside the Uptonsteel County Ground since we got here about 10 this morning. And I would suggest these two batted relatively sensibly, actually. Mike's dismissal was one he won't want to look back on too fondly or too long, as that's outside the off stump from Rawlins at the start of the new over. Played out into the offside by Swindles, and there's no run.
Updates time, 233 for 7 now. Leicestershire stand just developing between Harry Swindles, who's 22 not out, and Callum Parkinson, who is 9 not out. They came together when Mike was caught by Cheteshwar Pujara at cover off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 9, 209 for 7 at that stage, Leicestershire. 233 for 7 means they now trail by just 7 runs. If they can get ahead, and perhaps the weather has a factor, becomes a factor, because it's starting to cloud up down here at Grace Road. You never quite know. They may yet save this game. Sussex still very much the favourites to go on and win the game, but these Leicestershire lower order batsmen putting up a stout resistance. They're 234 for 7.
And here is Rawlings, round the wicket, bowls, and that's worked into the onside by Parkinson. And there is, I'll see out this over and we'll get Kirsty back in. You can't escape for too long. Slip and a short leg in place for the left arm as he comes in, bowls, and that's worked into the onside again. Parkinson, was it Parkinson who gave a life earlier?
It was.
Yeah.
But yeah.
One of those we say a life.
Doesn't,
yeah.
Short leg.
And in the end it just stuck in the stomach of short leg, which I suspect he felt for an over or so afterwards. Here is Rawlins in, bowls forward correctly as Parkinson, working that into the offside. Signs of resistance here from the home side at the end of another over. What, half an hour or so to go before lunch. 234 for 7, Swindles 23, Parkinson 9. The deficit is just 6.
Swindles and Parkinson. Conversation in mid-pitch. Neither of them big, tall men. Probably both about sort of 5'7", 5'8", perhaps at the most. They two part company as Swindles heads down to the business end. Robinson to continue with his off spin. Drifted 1 or 2 past the outside edge. Still perfectly pleasant temperatures down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but the sun has now disappeared and the cloud continues to build away to the south. But it is just to the south. I wonder if it's just going to slip by.
Robinson in from the Bennett end. Another dot ball there.
Do you have a preferred end here when you're bowling here?
I've bowled from both ends here and it's pretty flat, so I'd say no, not at the minute. And Robinson again, getting defended. His off spin is very handy, isn't it?
Yeah. I haven't seen him bowl it before. I knew he did it, but I've never seen it. But with that extra bit of height, and if there is any bounce to be had, he might find it.
This time well outside the off stump. Good take from Carter, sorry, behind the stumps.
saying to Chris, I think he's the only man in county cricket retaining a mullet, Ollie Carter.
And that one's a full toss outside off stump, and it's been driven. It's a great stop by Deep Point on the boundary, who's come across towards a cover to dive and stop that. And they only get 1 run because that boundary is so short out there, and had it been a bit bigger they might have had 2 or even 4. Robertson again, this time to Parkinson, and that's left outside the off stump. And he comes again, this one straighter and solidly over and defended by Parkinson on the front foot.
Well, they're going to have to chisel them out, it would appear.
Yeah, they're putting up a good resistance here, are Swindles and Parkinson. Parkinson 9 off 64 and Swindles 24 off 104. They're certainly...
The ground, understandably, as Rawlins is in. Slower delivery brings Parkinson forward on middle stump, holds the pose, the Lancastrian, for a while, having just pushed it out in towards the onside. Beard, having come in from the boundary fields. Rawlins just a couple of steps, is in. Back goes Parkinson, down into the ground it goes, and Alsop is the fielder on that occasion. Bermudan, or at least Bermuda-born, Delray Rawlins. Very much a man of Sussex now, of course. He is in and bowls. Flatter delivery, stays a bit low. Parkinson goes back and just pushes it out through the vacant point area down towards Crocombe, who's been in splendid isolation for some little time out there in the outfield on the offside, sweeping out there, good 20 yards inside the ropes, an indication of how deep that particular rope towards Milligan Road and the manual scoreboard is in this match. End of the over, 2-3-7 for 7. Leicestershire now trail by just 3.
Looks like we've got a bowling change here coming as well. Looks like it could be Hunt back on from the Bennett end. He's taking his cap off, and a few fielding changes look like they're being made here.
Just 18 overs old and new ball, so still should be in pretty good shape, nice and hard and shiny. Lacquer will be nicely off. Seams should be a little bit more exposed. We had, I think, 4 ball changes in the first innings of Sussex's only innings so far. They seem to last such a short time. Do you use the Dukes?
We play predominantly white ball cricket, yeah, but any red ball we play, yeah, we use the Dukes. A couple of 3-day games here and there in preparation for any test matches England have got coming up. And first ball back from Hunt is strongly played down the ground from Parkinson, but ably fielded there at mid-off. Hunt no wickets in this innings yet, but bowled nicely this morning and enticed a few drives outside the off stump. Plays and misses, and could have easily gone to hand behind the stumps. Hunt in again. This time played off the legs and straight to mid-wicket in the ring.
There'd be some save by Leicestershire if they do save the game. Again, I'm getting a long way ahead of myself, but the defiance of these two, raising hopes.
Yeah, certainly is, and the optimist in you's coming out, but I can't fault it because you are right, they've looked strong in defence here, these two, and Hunt comes in again, and this time played off the legs down to fine leg for 1 there.
Crocombe down here.
Yeah, Crocombe down here, who's come and fielded it from deep fine leg, and Parkinson gets himself off strike.
Very young side, Sussex. Crocombe, I think, one of maybe 4 or 5 connected with the Eastbourne club down in Sussex. They must be a strong club side when they've got all their players out.
Yeah. When you rock up on a Saturday and you see them coming in, you just think, oh no. See who turns up. of discussion going on here, and Pujara, is that Pujara at point? Looks like he's coming in pretty close there at backward point. As Hunt comes in again, this time to Swindle, played off his leg, and it's a good stop there at mid-wicket. Caused a little bit of confusion as to whether there was a single on, and in the end he turns back, and probably a good decision there. That could have been a dangerous mix-up had they gone for that run. It's a very good bit of fielding at mid-wicket in the ring there.
They have had a few of those, Leicestershire, in recent games. 3 run-outs in the innings, in one innings up at down at Cardiff a week or so ago. Azad was run out in the first innings here, I think.
It's not handy when your side's struggling for a bit of form, and to get run out in a championship game is at times a little bit criminal. Hunt in again, short ball this time, defended by Swindles to the man there at close point. Not quite a silly point, he's not got his helmet on, but he's definitely in a few yards closer than he was previously. And Clark has come out of the slips and gone into a catching mid-wicket as well. Just a couple of strips off the centre wicket. Hunt for the final ball of the over. And defended again by Swindles. To Rawlings at cover there, and ends another over of resistance by Leicestershire.
The wicket is, it's not dying, but there's
just
nothing
not offering
really
anything,
there.
yeah.
Nothing really there for the Sussex bowlers.
Yeah.
All they can really do is, certainly the seamers anyways, is hit their marks. Robinson is changing ends.
Yeah. And I suppose that's probably why they've gone to a bit of Robinson with spin, and they've tried Rawlings, and now bringing Hunt on. They're just searching for whatever they can, as the wicket's not offering anything seam or spin-wise.
The darker clouds continue to drift in from the south, and mainly the south. Looking at the weather maps.
I've got a very good weather app on my phone.
Yeah,
Trusty.
cricketers do. Go on then. Which tells you that Robinson goes in and bowls very wide outside off stump Parkinson. Even so, eschews the cover drive, just prods it out past Lenham with his orange soled cricket boots out towards mid-off, where Burrows is the fielder. Robinson is in and bowls. Back goes Parkinson on off stump, back very close to his front pad as he blocks that one back down the pitch. Good news weather-wise?
I think we'll be all right. We might have a little shower at about 1:30, but I think we might escape the big cloud coming in.
Robinson is in. Parkinson is leaning forward. A bigger stretch on that occasion. Turned the face of the bat on it, pushed it out to Pujara at mid-wicket. Robinson bowls. Big full toss really, but he waited for it, Parkinson, and didn't try and overhit it. Guided it out behind point. He's just going to have to hurry a bit there as Crocombe got his throw away, and a good throw. He hit the turf as he did so, which is always painful here usually fairly painful at the Uptonsteel because it is so dry, the ground, and hard. The Australians, Clint Mackay used to call it the ice rink. And it is difficult to field on because it is so hard and dry. In goes Robinson and bowls again outside off stump. Again, Pucks can lean forward and push it behind square on the offside. This time Delray Rawlins runs out from slip to field. Nice side arm throw. But comfortably made his ground. Harry Swindles. Parkinson on to 14. 2:41 for 7. The partnership now 32. Swindles checks. God, he looked like he was taking that from off stump.
Leicestershire have taken the lead. They'll be pleased to have ticked one box this morning anyway.
Robinson is in. Swindles bat a long way in front of his front pad as he stretched forward and just pushed it out into the onside. But again, there was no turn for Ollie Robinson. And yet, as you say, Sussex, whatever happens now, are going to have to come out and bat again. How long until lunch? 17 minutes, so probably well, actually with the spinners, 5 more overs. I have never seen a scoreboard which says over 8 plus 14.
Yeah, certainly not in the shorter format of the game. We're always so strapped for time, sprinting between overs, and it's always a struggle we face, but
right.
Not here today.
Nothing happening. Show the ball to the umpires. It is being shown to the umpires. They've got the template out, and it's not gone through it. So, change of ball. First one of the innings. 20 overs this one has lasted.
That's unbelievable, that, isn't it?
Sorry, not of the innings, because there've been a couple. Yeah, we had 4 in the Sussex innings, I think. 4 times it was changed. So, I usually don't. Yeah, it was changed after 28 overs. So there was 1 change in the first 80 anymore. It was changed after 5 balls of the Sussex innings. So out comes the case with the nuclear codes and the new balls. So one that is about 20 overs old. Up to the umpires. Particularly it's being chosen on this occasion by umpire Malander. He's going through them all. They've given him a wide choice to get one that is roughly comparable. It does become a lottery, doesn't it, though, when balls are changed like this?
Yeah, you'd hope the umpire was going to pick something fairly alike, but it's like you say, there's only a select amount they can pick from, so there's normally a little advantage gained one way or the other.
Sussex will be hopeful now that the new old ball offers them a little bit more assistance than the old new ball, which offered them nothing. .241.47. Well, the delay won't affect too much the over rate. Sussex not in danger of losing points in that respect. Lenham is starting to do a few warm-up exercises. Parkinson and Swindles had taken off their helmets, etc., and dried themselves off, ready to go again now.
Nudge down there to deep third man from Parkinson. It was a good length ball from Hunt, but he's just guided that down off the back foot to third man and leaves Swindles on strike.
Clark has gone in at short, sort of backward square, just behind square, about 3 strips back. Always a sign when a captain gets a bit funky with his fields that maybe struggling a bit.
Hunt in again, and this time defended off the front foot from Swindles. Pajara, who's in almost opposite Clark there at a very close backward point, fields that one.
Now you're here again on Sunday, did you say? Saturday?
Am I? Oh, Saturday, yes. I'm playing here on Saturday with Lightning in our Charlotte Edwards Cup match against the Thunder. And Hunt comes in, and that is left alone outside the off stump from Swindles.
Lightning's games this season are all around the area, aren't they, basically?
Yeah, they are. We're East Midlands franchise, so we played yesterday at Hazelgrave, which is, I guess, our home ground in Loughborough. We play at Trent Bridge later in the season here, and we played at Derby last season as well. So yeah, we're all around the East Midlands area. Like we were chatting about earlier, it's always good coming to Grace Road. You get a great feed pre-match, post-match. And in comes Hunt again from the Bennett end. Driven. Slightly aerial there as it goes past Pujara at point and it hammers across the boundary rope into the fence. One of the first aggressive strokes we've seen really from Swindles all morning. It was slightly aerial, and Pujara, if he was 1 yard to his right, could have been a different story, but in this instance it's 4 runs to Swindles.
Yeah, he got plenty of it, didn't he? But they won't discourage Sussex.
This time it looks like Robinson's gone to a much squarer cover, so they've got 2 in there now, leaving a big gap at extra cover, trying to entice that drive again. Hunt round the wicket. Bowls, and this time left alone again. Very extravagant leave from Swindles, almost gets right across and doubles back on himself. Bit of a Marnus Labrochine in there.
Yeah. Be pleased with that comparison, Harry Swindles.
Hunt, last ball of the over. Bowls and driven, not as aggressively, kind of a defensive drive to Pujara at backward point to finish the over. I agree with what you said there. I love it when the captain gets funky and the fields change and you feel something could happen at any moment. Sometimes it's the only way to do it when, like you say, the pitch isn't offering much and you have to find a way to think outside the box.
Haynes is having to think about it. Robinson also has quite a lot of input in those terms, and he's changing his field. He's bringing Crocombe sort of 20 yards in from, well, 20 yards in from the ropes. He's just fiddling with it at the moment. Short leg goes down, leg slip and slip as he goes in and bowls to Callum Parkinson, who is forward. Defending, I think he must have something like 121 runs now, Parkinson, for 1 dismissal. Let's go through his recent scores. As Robinson steps into the crease, bowls, bounces and turns a fraction down the leg side, but it was going on down there. Parkinson just stepped inside and watched it carefully through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. Whistles through his overs, Robinson, when he's bowling off spin. Bowls again down the leg side, looking to turn it into the past the leg slip. I think it came just off the pad and rather rolled past him. It did just come off the pad, so, well, there was a sort of half appeal, slightly desperate appeal. They knew, though, that most unlikely to be given by umpire Malander, and it wasn't. It sort of beat the bat there. Robinson is in and bowls down the wicket goes Swindles and clips it neatly out to mid-wicket, a sign of Swindles' growing confidence. Robinson folds his arms and looks levelly at young Swindles, who walks away, ignoring the England man. But that was one of the most authoritative shots that Swindles has played this morning, indeed in his innings as a whole. Used his feet well, that's always a good sign.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very positive shot, that, and hopefully a good sign of things to come.
Back he goes, on off stump, plays it down into the ground. It bounces into the right gauntlet of Ollie Carter, who offers it to the bails, but Swindles had both feet deep in his crease. Robinson is in, bowls, tosses it right up. Swindles with a quite stylish little flourish, strokes it out towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Aaron Beard. End of the over. 1 for 41 for Robinson from 19. 1 wicket he's taken with the very first ball that he bowled this morning with the new ball. Ben Mike it was. That was 42 runs ago. Since then, Swindles and Parkinson have dug in and are now just beginning to increase their scoring rate. Swindles in particular has moved on to 33, his best score of the season, and Leicestershire now lead by 11.
Hunt to continue from the Bennett end. Swindles will have that 200 balls target you spoke about this morning in the back of his mind. Parkinson defends, back down the wicket to Hunt.
If he reaches it, Sussex will be starting to get a little bit twitchy, I would think.
Yeah, certainly if he keeps playing like he has in the last few overs, he's looked to take the game to Sussex a little bit more and put them on the back foot rather than just looking to survive, which it felt like they were doing for a period of time. Hunt again, left arm round the wicket to Parkinson, and that's driven to mid-wicket in the ring. There's no mid-on, so looks like he tried to hit that down the ground through mid-wicket, sort of straight mid-wicket and the bowler. Two kind of close points remain there, Pujara and I think, is that Ollie Robinson? Kind of two close square covers, or 2 points you could say, close to the wicket, as short ball bowled there by Hunt and Parkinson ducks out of the way.
Mr. Edgerson's app is suggesting that the showers might just drift away, not drift in the direction of the Uptonsteel County Ground, which is good news for Sussex supporters, potentially Sussex. Leicestershire just going to have to do it by their own devices, it seems, if they're going to do it.
And Hunt, short ball again round the wicket, and it's deflected off the back foot from Parkinson down to deep third man for a single. Looks like a few words were exchanged there at the non-striker's end between Parkinson and Hunt.
Parkinson will have given it back, believe me. He loves an exchange. It's one of the ways he sort of G's himself up. We were talking about this on the BBC Radio Leicester cricket show with him.
That's good for Leicestershire fans then. I'm sure Hunt and the rest of the Sussex players have been frustrated by his resilience this morning. 84 balls he's faced. Swindle's on strike now. Defended off the front foot.
Is sledging a thing in with Lightning, or with Kent, or with England, do you find, or is it all's rather better?
Definitely less so than in the men's game, but no, there's, I suppose, as the women's game gets more professional, it's definitely part of it, and the higher up you go, the more you receive it and you notice it and things, so it's part of the game, I suppose. Hunt in, this time a bit fuller, but defended again by Swindles to mid-off, solidly in behind that to conclude the end of the over. And will lunch be taken, or time for one more?
Oh yeah, definitely another one. Yeah, 12:56. Set in stone at 1 o'clock on the final day lunch, and might even get two in. Depends how quickly Lenham gets through this over. That's not thunder. Don't worry, Sussex supporters. It sounds like one of the jets, perhaps heading across towards East Midlands Airport. Lenham, it is. Well, Leicestershire trying to make sure this is, I suspect, the last over before lunch. Having a long chat in mid-pitch. Parkinson and Swindles. But in fairness to them, Sussex taking their time to set the field anyway. Two slips, silly mid-off, almost silly sort of extra cover really, and a short leg. So Parkinson will be surrounded. Young Lenham still looking for that maiden fifer. He's going to bounce in from the pavilion end. Past umpire Malander he goes and bowls. Parkinson goes back, slightly dangerous because he doesn't really get up. Could skid one through, but he got plenty behind that. Labuschagne, you've mentioned, he did that a couple of times for Glamorgan against Leicestershire last week. Just didn't turn it, but it skidded on very quickly, and too quickly for a couple of the Leicestershire batters. Lenham is in and bowls. Bit more air on that one. Parkinson is forward, waiting for it.
I think that's the beauty of the leg spinner bowling with a newish ball. The variability in the bounce. Some will, if he can bowl a top spinner, he'll get that extra bounce as it comes through, and the traditional leg spinner might just skid on this surface today.
In goes Lenham and bowls. Parkinson stays on the back foot. Looks to be a fraction of turn, but it's pretty slow pretty slow. Parkinson can adjust to it, play it very solidly. He's making Lenham just wait a moment or two. In goes the teenager, drops very short. Parkinson goes back, works it out towards mid-wicket, but the athletic Beard falls, almost dives and rolls to his right to make the stop. You heard the order of wait from Parkinson. Wanders forward, just touches gloves with Harry Swindles, again eyeing the digital clock on this scoreboard, which is 12:59 at the moment. The manual clock has passed 1 o'clock atop the cupola on the manual scoreboard. Back goes Parkinson, he's going to pick up a run there. It was outside off stump from Lenham. Crocombe runs around to his left from his position, sweeping on the offside. And the one is taken. Parkinson on to 17. Doesn't look quite grey out across there now to the south.
It does, yeah. I suppose time will tell what happens over the lunch break, if there's a spit of rain or not. It'll all be revealed during lunch, I imagine.
It chooses your app and takes your choice as to what's going to happen. 253 for 7. Leicestershire lead by 13 as in goes Archie Lenham and bowls back foot defensive shot from Swindles. Pushes it off the stumps out towards mid-on, and that is lunch on day 4 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. When Ben Mike was dismissed by Ollie Robinson and Leicestershire were 209 for 7, not much after 12 o'clock. There was still a possibility we wouldn't get to lunch. But we have, courtesy of Callum Parkinson, who is 17 not out, and Harry Swindles, who has battled, and that is probably the right word, his way through the morning. He's 33 not out off 121 deliveries. Together, they've taken the Foxes onto 253 for 7 and a lead of 13 runs. Now, the covers are being brought on. At the moment, that's a precaution. Who knows? This game isn't quite done yet. We will be back with you on BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester, and on the streams and on YouTube and on whichever which way you are listening or watching, because there could yet be a twist or two. But from Kirsty, from myself, Richard, and from Chris Edgerton, just for now, it's a good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Well, good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for what should be, or should have been, the start of the afternoon session on the final day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. But if you're watching on the stream, you'll already know that play hasn't begun. And the reason it hasn't begun is because it has begun to rain here in Leicester. That sound you can hear is wheeled cricket cases being taken in towards the pavilion. The Leicestershire players are out there at the moment picking up all the various training accoutrements that they'd put between the picket fence and the boundary rope, because they don't want them all to get wet. And the ground staff are out there at the moment putting on covers on the bowlers' run-ups. Situation of the game, Sussex firmly in control, on the verge of what would be their first victory in 17 fixtures in the county championship. It was April last year when Sussex last won, but on the verge isn't quite over the line. Leicestershire lead by 13 runs with those 3 second innings wickets in hand, and there's a decent partnership in existence at the moment for the 8th wicket between Harry Swindells, who's batted through the morning and is 33 not out, and Callum Parkinson, who is 17 not out. They've put on 44 so far for the 8th wicket and taken Leicestershire into a lead, albeit a very small one. There are 63 overs theoretically remaining in the day to be bowled, but obviously we will start losing them fairly shortly. The over rate is plus 16, so that, you know, that isn't an issue in itself, but the weather may be. At the moment, Sussex won't be too concerned, I don't think. However, they may become so if this goes on for some time. Sussex supporters can be slightly reassured that the heavy clouds away where the weather is coming from are they're sort of fairly high, and it's a little bit broken, so I don't think this is going to go on long, and nobody's hurrying in terms of the ground staff. It's not heavy rain or close to being heavy rain, it's just enough in the air to keep the covers on and the players off. So it may be we get back on fairly shortly. We will be with you the very second it looks like there's going to be play, but for the moment we'll leave you to your own devices. Sussex supporters shouldn't be too concerned yet. That's the news from the Uptonsteel County Ground. So from BBC Radio Leicester and from BBC Radio Sussex, and of course from BBC Sport, it's good afternoon for now, but we will be back with you, I'm sure, before too long. Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. And that sound you can hear is a very sweet one to the ears of Sussex supporters, because I can tell you that is the sound of the tractors taking the covers off here in Leicester. We are now about to resume this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. The two umpires heading out to the middle. Neil Malander on the right. He is standing in the second half of the match at the pavilion end of the ground. And Tom Lungley is the other umpire, former Derbyshire seamer, who is standing at the Bennett end of the ground. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings on 253 for 7. They lead Sussex by just 13 runs with those 3 second innings wickets in hand. Sussex therefore still very much the favourites to go on and enforce victory. However, we have lost 9 overs to, well, almost a shower, but to just a little bit of rain on the wind, essentially. So 54 overs remain in the day. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Richard Ray and Kirsty Gordon, your commentary team, to start off proceedings post-lunch. And Sussex will be relieved, Kirsty, that it didn't get any heavier than it did, the rain.
Yeah, especially the way Swindles and Parkinson were going before the lunch break. You know, they've been showing some real good fight and resistance here. But Sussex will be pleased to get back on and just have the job in mind now. Hopefully no more overs lost.
Doesn't look too bad, does it? It looks fairly light where it looked fairly dark before, away to the sort of southwest, which is where the weather has been coming from the south. So it looks like we are going to have a fairly long and interrupted session. But these two, as Kirsty said, have batted really well. They've batted defiantly. They've put together a partnership of 44 so far for the 8th wicket, coming together when Ben Mike spooned a drive at Ollie Robinson into the covers, where Cheteshwar Pujara held a good catch. 209 for 7 at that stage. It looked like we might be done by lunch. But we have now had our lunch and we are still here. And it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to open the bowling for Sussex in this afternoon session from the Bennett end. Floodlights on. Will it swing as a consequence? It sometimes does, sometimes changes the atmosphere.
Parkinson on strike to face the first ball after the delayed start after lunch. In comes Crocombe now. And it's wide down the leg side, left alone by Parkinson. It's a good take moving away to his left from Carter behind the stumps. Bit of a loosener, we shall say.
Parkinson has now scored 105 runs in his last 4 innings and only been out once, so
Crocombe in again, short ball defended by Parkinson. Got right in behind that one.
you can see he looks confident. He doesn't try and do too much. He makes sure he's behind it. He will develop shots, I'm sure, as he goes on and is starting to, but
yeah, very much knows his role at this stage, to hang around for as long as possible and pick up runs here and there. Solid in defence. Crocombe in again, another short ball, this time evaded as it goes wide of leg stump. They have got a not quite a short leg in, but again a man just off the edge of the second strip, quite close there at square leg, and a quite a fine, deep fine fielder on the boundary here. Crocombe in again, full ball defended down the ground to mid-on.
it's a nice sound of Parkinson's bat, isn't it? It's a nice mellow clunk, you know, when he's middled it.
Yeah, and I'm sure a nice feeling for him as well, knowing that he's looking as solid in defence, hopefully feeling comfortable out there.
93 balls he's faced for his 17.
Crocombe bowls, and it's clipped really finely off his legs, and that will race away for 4 down towards the pavilion. Just not found his length yet, Crocombe. First over of the day, after the break. That's well deserved. 4 runs for Callum Parkinson. Not something we've seen much of, stray bowling this innings from Sussex. Crocombe again, and played again off his legs, but this time just to the fielder in the ring at mid-wicket. That concludes the first over after lunch.
Yeah, it's not Parkinson's main role in the side. Obviously, he's a very fine left-arm spin bowler, but he's developing his batting all the time, as professional cricketers have to do, of course, and he's becoming really effective in the lower order. And there's many Leicestershire supporters, in the absence of a sort of recognised number 3, Patel's come into the side now and looks like he's going to be, say he wouldn't make a bad top order batsman in terms of seeing off the new red ball, so to speak. But
yeah, he's certainly developing into a very good all-rounder, and I'm sure in time will make his way up, and
he's a good number 9, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly is, yeah.
He's having a chat to umpire Malander at the moment. Lenham takes up the attack from the pavilion end, tosses one up to Swindles, who prods forward, bat a long way in front of his pads. Slightly dangerous to play that way, but Swindles has found a method against the young leg spinner. It's working for him at the moment, and he's staying with it. Just the short leg and slip in as Lenham is in and bowls, and forward goes Swindles, just stroking the ball defensively out towards Rawlins. The covers, he's more or less sort of extra cover, about 3.5 strips back there for the slightly lofted drive. He's played 1 or 2 of them, Swindles, as Lenham tosses one up. It's a full toss and it's whacked away to mid-wicket for 4. Well, at 17 you're allowed to bowl, and being a leg spinner you are allowed to bowl the odd full toss, you would imagine, and that was one of them. But he's hardly bowled any. He's 4 for 65 now off 23.3. He's been astonishingly accurate in terms of both line and length, really. But that was a rare slip. It might be a bit damp, the ball.
Yeah, it might be. He hasn't, you're right, he really hasn't missed his line of length much.
Goes in and bowls, and that is a decent line and length, perhaps a fraction short. Swindles can go back and defend on the off stump. He's moved on to 37, Harry Swindles, with that bit of a gift. Whacked it away to mid-wicket for 4. Lenham is in, bowls, brings Swindles forward again. More or less on middle stump, pushing it down the pitch on the on side. Picked up by Pujara. Polished, maybe even dried a fraction. It might just be a little bit of moisture on the outfield consequent to the little bit of rain we had. Lenham is in, short, and pulled for 4 more. 6, in fact, travelled all the distance. I thought it had bounced just short of the ropes. It thumped on the full into the advertising hoardings, and a rare pour over from young Archie Lenham, and it was punished by Swindles, who hit those 2 4s very crisply, actually.
Yeah, he'll take huge confidence from them. I know they both were poor deliveries, but he's still got to put them away, and he certainly did that. And maybe a little bit of momentum here for Leicestershire to take into the next few overs.
Suddenly, the lead has gone up to 27. 52 overs remain. Take off 2 for the change of innings. A long way from sort of doing the calculation as to how many Sussex might need in how long, but it's beginning to tilt a little bit.
Crocombe in again and bowls. It's a short ball, and it's well evaded by Parkinson, who ducks and gets right underneath it. Very well directed short ball that time as well. I think it might be a bit of the tactic with the man here at kind of a short backward square and then a deep fine as well. But
right, I'm told it's raining very heavily in Naseby, which is only 6, not too far away.
Crow coming again, short again. This time didn't look quite as dangerous. Parkinson easily got out of the way of that one.
So there may be some more rain coming. The clouds are moving quite quickly.
Fuller this time from Crocombe, and it's just played off the pads from Parkinson into the man at mid-wicket.
Is that the Naseby where there was a civil war battle in Naseby, wasn't there? It is. It's the same one I hear from the back of the box.
The
And
umpire's off for a chat about the ball again, bad looks of it.
oh, so what is it now? It's 26 overs old. It was changed at 20 overs, wasn't it? So no, they're okay. It's gone through the template.
Umpires are happy with it.
Only a matter of time.
In comes Crocombe again. There's 2 slips in place. Balls, it's a good length. Again, solid laying behind from Callum Parkinson, and he's probably really beginning to grind on these Sussex bowlers now with his resilience at the crease.
They'd like to see the back. They'd like to break this for sure. Obviously, they've taken that partnership into the 50s now.
Crocombe bowl short again to Parkinson, who ducks out the way of that one.
Just wonder whether this is where the sort of inexperience in the Sussex attack might start to make itself felt to a certain extent. Whether he's bowling to a plan, I don't know, Crocombe, whether he's been told to sort of bowl short leg side-ish. He's got Rawlins in at that catching position, but it's not really working.
And he comes again, fooled this time, outside off and left alone by Parkinson. And another maiden here. Yeah, I agree. Parkinson looks quite comfortable under that short ball, just evading it, and quite clear on his tactic there. So potentially needs something more at the body to force him to play rather than the out-and-out bouncer.
I have seen him get out once to the pull, I think, this season, but he's eschewed it in this innings so far. He's not likely to take it on.
Yeah, given the circumstance, he looks like he's keen to hang around for a bit and not make any play any rash shots.
They'll have hope, Leicestershire. 58 the partnership, 209 when they came together. Lenham, those 2 poor balls in his previous over notwithstanding, he's going to continue. 4 for 71 now for the teenager. Swindles and Parkinson have a brief word. Ollie Carter tells the man on the leg side to go a little bit finer. It's Crocombe on the 45, short leg and slip as well. Round the wicket goes Lenham and bowls. Swindles stretches forward, pushes it to short leg, and there's no run. He tried this against Patel last night, and Patel basically kicked it away. Not sure Swindles will quite play that way as he bowls and tosses it up, and forward on middle stump goes Harry Swindles, pushing it out down the pitch on the off side. Floodlights starting to sort of take effect in terms of all the bulbs are glowing fairly brightly as Lenham is in. Swindles waits for it, pushes it, strokes it back down the pitch to Archie Lenham. Player's not casting shadows or anything like it yet. And the cloud is sort of fairly broken at the moment. Light swathes up there as Lenham is in. Drops a little bit short, and I thought for a minute Swindles was going to try and pull it to mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket now, so he adjusted and just played it back down the pitch to Archie Lenham. He's wearing a sort of dark undershirt underneath his white Sussex top. And he goes and bowls again. He drops it short, and this time Swindles does whip it away through the mid-wicket area for 4. Must have been tempted the previous delivery. Lenham, I asked him last night, I said, obviously this is just, I think, his 3rd first-class game, and he'd only taken 1 first-class wicket. I said, well, are you tired at the end of the, you know, you feel it? He did admit, he said, I'm really tired at the end of each day now. There's not much of him, as I say, and he's just not used to this. This is 4 full days he's been out there, essentially. And in he goes and bowls, and that's a better delivery, and just waiting for that one is Swindles, blocking it on off stump out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 271 for 7. Swindles 47 now, Parkinson 21. Leicestershire lead by 31.
Yeah, obviously in the women's game, you know, we don't play a great deal of red ball cricket. I wish we played a lot more, but after my first day of a test match down in Taunton, we bowled all day, and I think I'd bowled about 30 overs in the day, which to these guys is probably not very much, but to us, you know, used to T20 and 50 over cricket. And as a spinner, I woke up and I was stiff. So definitely it's takes a long time for the body to adjust and get used to, but I'm sure he'll play a lot more red ball cricket in his career. Certainly after his performance today, he's been very good. And it's Crocombe again from the Bennett end. And that has raced away for 4 off the pads, I think, of Parkinson. Wasn't sure if he got a bat on it, but the umpire signals 4 leg byes. Carter behind the stumps nearly got to it, but it's quite short straight here, and it's raced away.
Runs coming a bit too easily, I'm sure, as far as Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is concerned. Post-lunch, didn't during the morning session, but they've all got to be scored now by Sussex, these runs, so...
Yeah, it seems like the momentum is just on the fence at the minute. Crocombe in and bowls Fuller this time. It's hit Parkinson on the pad, and a big appeal goes up, but not out. Looked a bit high, I think, from here.
I agree. Might have hit him outside the line as well. Let's have a look-see.
Wasn't too much going for it then.
Well, Crocombe didn't really go up, did he? The slips didn't.
Looked like more of a desperate appeal than anything. And Crocombe in again, and this time flicked away to fine leg. And it's a good bit of running there from Parkinson, but well fielded by Sean Hunt on the boundary down here. He covered some good ground to save a 4.
Yeah, he'd actually got so far across for that LB, it just hit him outside the line. The height wasn't bad, actually, but it did hit him just outside the line. Might have been a bit of inside edge as well.
Crocombe just struggling to find his line here a little bit. There's been a number flicked off the pads. In he comes again. That's a better line. It's punched forward in defence by Parkinson.
Robinson's starting to warm up again.
I wonder if that's for a bit of seam or a bit of spin.
I'll go with seam on this occasion.
I think so. I think with the conditions now and the floodlights on. Crocombe bowls, it's short and it's fended away, and they've gone for a quick single. Robinson was a bit slow off the mark there, and with the leg side fielders just kind of hovering around a 25-yard distance from the pitch, it was a good opportunity to take the quick single there. And the runs are flowing here for Leicestershire. It doesn't feel like long ago the lead was single figures, and it's now up to 38. Still got 3 wickets in hand. Crocombe with the final ball of the over, it's short, and it's easily ducked out the way by Swindles there to conclude Crocom's 15th over of the innings.
Whatever Sussex's target, I am sure that they will go for it in the circumstances. Obviously, it's a long way from being stretching at the moment. Glamorgan comfortably chased down 150 against Leicestershire last week on the final day. But, well, I've seen in my first season Leicestershire declare at tea on the final day, setting a target of 220 and lose the game. They lost it at Surrey under similar circumstances in the game in which Kevin Peterson, that nice man, scored a triple century.
Very good player.
Yeah. We dropped him 5 times.
You don't need to give him many chances.
He never mentions that when he talks about that 300. It is going to be Robinson replacing Archie Lenham then, whose work may be done for the game. He might come back on a little bit later on, but I doubt it. He's standing next to umpire Lungley at the moment, having a chat to him. Now, Robinson is playing with his field. He's going to have 2 shortish mid wickets for the sort of clipped drive in the air, away off the toes by Parkinson. We've got Beard at the straight mid wicket as Robinson is in, bowls to Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. We have Lenham at a fairly conventional mid wicket, and then, well, he's almost sort of in front of square, really. I think could be Crocombe in there, actually. Looks like a youngish figure. Well, most of the Sussex players look like youngish figures. Robinson running back to his mark. Well, that's all about. In he goes and bowls. Forward solidly goes Parkinson, and that may be because it started to spit with rain again.
Yeah, I can see it on our windows here coming in.
And it is dark over to the south, sort of east now, but it has filled in over there, and if that's heading our way, that may be then. No, Naseby's kind of in the other direction
Looks
a
like
bit.
a bit of
Another shower
a cross rain. That looks like it's coming across the pitch there from the angle we're at.
All giving Leicestershire hope of saving the game. Robinson is in, bowls. Parkinson is waiting for that one just outside off stump and nurdling it down towards backward point. No run. Umpire Malander wants Harry Swindles to show him his bat for some reason. Swindles does, gets a pat on the back from umpire Malander. Robinson turns, is in and bowls onto the legs, in the air, turned past the man at sort of square, short square leg though, and out to the square leg boundary for 4 by Parkinson. It was in the air for a good few feet. Whether it was in the air as it went past the fielder, I'm not quite sure. It may be Clark who's in there with Crocombe at backward point. He flung himself to his right, couldn't get there.
Looks like exactly what they'd set him up for, but it just didn't go to hand there at catching mid-wicket.
Hands on knees, the 2 short mid-wickets go down again as Robinson is into Parkinson. Bowls very straight, quite full. Parkinson sort of walks into his defensive push, back down the wicket it goes on the onside. 28 he remains, 47 to Swindles. The partnership now 73. Second highest of the innings. The highest was 76 for the second wicket between Hassan Azad and Rishi Patel. So once again, Leicestershire's lower order showing its battling qualities. Robinson is in to Parkinson, who is very correct as he stretches forward there, bat very close to his front pad. Bit thick inside edgy, that said, but the shot was correct. Out to the mid-wickets it goes. End of the over, 282 for 7, Parkinson 28. 48 overs remain. The umpires are eyeing the dark cloud suspiciously, and they're talking to each other at the moment. And the ground staff are waiting for instructions.
Doesn't seem to have got any heavier, but it looks like they're bringing the players off, which is a shame. That dark cloud looks like it could develop, but we're going to be off again for rain.
Now one feels, with 48 overs remaining in the day and overs again being lost, and Leicestershire leading by 42, Sussex will be becoming concerned. Are they going to be denied by a combination? Defiance, Leicestershire's lower order and the weather. So it is actually raining. You can see it in the trees now, quite hard, can't you? 282 for 7, Swindle's 47, Parkinson 28, Leicestershire lead by 42. We are going to be off for a few minutes. Sussex don't want to leave the field. You've been in this situation professionally a few times.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing more frustrating than when you're on top and you feel like, you know, you're dominating and the rain comes in, and whether it is costly in a sense of, you know, the game gets abandoned, or even just a short rain delay can really shift the momentum. I feel like we've already seen that. Since the lunch break, Leicestershire really seem to have the momentum. They seem to be playing more positively, and they've picked up more boundaries in the last 3 overs than they did all morning. So definitely in terms of them regrouping and building a bit of momentum, that's one, I suppose, disadvantage if you're the team that hold the lead or are in the more promising position. And obviously it can be quite costly as well, which is frustrating. I was actually last week meant to be part of a North v South game, and the South have been beating us quite badly through the series, and of course the stacked South, unfortunately. And in the most recent T20 we went out to bat first, put 190 on the board in a T20 and thought, brilliant, we are in the driving seat. And then the heavens opened and that was it. So it's a frustrating old game, is cricket at times.
It is. Sussex supporters shouldn't lose too much heart though, because I think this, although we're going to be off for a while, I think we will get back out there. There is plenty of sort of light cloud around as well as dark cloud. But we will be off for 10-15 minutes at least, so we'll go off air for a short while until we know what's going to be happening going forward, and we'll be back with you as soon as there's the slightest prospect of
When it comes on,
You
or
still see, no, you can still see a lot of rain in the trees. That's it now.
you might be half an hour.
Losing overs all the time. Getting serious now. Partnership in 152 balls. Where you are, you can get out of the country.
Say again, sorry.
Where you are, you can get quickly out into the country, can't you?
Yeah.
You're not running around city streets.
No, but nothing else.
So I'm not looking for it. I think we can safely say that Ginny and I enjoyed that.
Not as much as you did. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'd love to know your thoughts actually about what's happened at Yorkshire this week.
Well, we're off there now.
It will be in a minute, so
An update during half time this year. Vicarage Road. Needed cleaning out the stables, isn't it? It's before time. There's still a lot of old Yorkshire folk there saying that there was nothing wrong.
really, it's felt. I'm not saying there are any other ones like that, but it's felt low on the basis for a good few years.
Yorkshire?
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes it was horrendous watching there.
Do you remember? I don't know if you remember, but there was England-Pakistan series in the late 1987. It was at Imran when he first got reverse swing, reverse basically had a went for the ultimate mission of which the club was on. But I can remember there being absolute racing matches in the stand, and not at any one game. It was so brilliant.
There's a lot of other counties were keeping their heads down, put it that way. Including here.
Well, yeah. I'm still going to quite
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, the third and final session on this last day of the LV Insurance County Championship between Leicestershire and Sussex is, well, glad to be able to tell you, about to start. We have been on and off post-lunch, mostly off, it's got to be said, and 27 overs in total have been lost. Two fairly light, that also has to be said, showers, but the covers are now coming off. We are going to restart, and there are potentially 30 overs left to be bowled in the match. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Kirsty Gordon and Richard Ray, your commentators for what remains of the game. There is still a little bit of moisture in the air, but at the moment we are set fair. 282 for 7 Leicestershire about to resume on. They lead by 42 with 3 wickets in hand, and it could all get rather exciting, Kirsty, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way that Swindles and Parkinson have been batting before the rain delay, they've given Leicestershire a real chance here, and with there only being 30 overs left in the day, if they can bat for, I suppose, another 15 or 20 overs, then it could really produce an exciting finish.
15 overs at 3 and over will put Leicester 70 or 80 ahead, that sort of area. Sussex would still be confident of chasing that down. If it were to get to 110, it could all get rather fun. Remember, we lose 2 for the change of innings as well. Although how that would work in the final hour, whether we still have to have 20, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, whether we'd still lose 2 in the final hour, I'm not absolutely sure. Still, we may not get to that stage. We've been saying that since sort of yesterday tea time, when it looked as though it was when young Archie Lenham took 3 in 8, 3 4 8 in 3 overs, and it looked like it was all going to be over then. So it's going to be Sean Hunt, is it?
Looks like it.
Yes, it is. Who's going to open the bowling in this final session for Sussex from the Bennett end?
Sean Bennett bowls. And oh, is that a drop? Is that a nick? Is that a play and a leave?
It may have just dropped short, but it sounded like an edge, didn't it? And there's lots of hands. Look at Haynes with his hands on his head. Well, has Swindles just been given a chance? Have Leicestershire just been given a chance? There was minimal reaction out there. I thought for a second it had just dropped short of first slip. Here we go. The edge just short of first slip.
Nicked and just short.
Oof.
It's all very exciting for the first ball. In comes Hunt again. And this time defended by Swindles.
The action was such that I think had it carried and gone down, there would have been lots more oohs and ahs. But
Yeah.
you weren't sure for a second.
All happening on the first ball back after the rain delay. Just get us back in the mood again. There's 2 slips in play. Catching mid wicket. In comes Hunt and bowls. And clipped very fine. And that's 4 runs to Swindles, and that is his half century as well. Comes off 137 balls. He's shown brilliant resilience and resistance here against the Sussex attack, and could prove to be a very, very important knock in Leicestershire's defence here.
5 fours and 1 6 in that 50 for Harry Swindles. As hard earned, I'm sure, as any he's made previously. Not that he's made that many.
Next ball's defended straight back down the wicket by Swindles. Much better line and length there from Hunt. Another bit of excitement and encouragement from for the Leicestershire fans to see Swindles make 50, and the partnership with him and Parkinson continues.
Highest of the innings now.
Hunting again and bowls. And defended strongly again. Body behind that one from Swindles.
I'm sure Robinson's Sussex sweater, he's at mid-off, has been washed with something red because it has a slightly pinkish hue compared to everyone else's. Beard is in over the wicket to Parkinson, who's looking to turn it into the leg side. Might have been a little bit of inside edge onto the thigh pad. The appeal was for a leg before, which wasn't really in the same parish. Certainly Beard didn't appeal at all. Bounced out in the air into the leg side. Picked up out there by Archie Lenham, who's at mid-wicket. Pujara's at short mid-wicket. Lenham is more square, more deepish square than mid-wicket really. Beard into Parkinson, bowled, looking for the Yorker. Parkinson's waiting deep in his crease and digs it out. Pushes it back down the pitch, no run. 1 or 2 spots of rain reappearing on our windows, perhaps.
Sure, the Sussex players will be hoping it's a very short passing sprinkle.
Floodlights on. The Uptonsteel, allowed to use them at any time. In goes Beard and bowls. Parkinson is resolute in his defence. Back foot goes back, leans forward, firmly back down the pitch. Struts off towards short leg, adjusts his helmet. Peers back down the pitch. Beard seems to be wearing a sort of, one of those sort of, do they call them Alice bands? Those sort of
Yeah, a little headband.
little headband to keep the hair out of his eyes. Jack Grealish style. Probably isn't paid quite as much as Jack Grealish. In he goes. Bowls and looking to flick it off his legs is Parkinson. That is going to run down to fine leg 4-4 on this lightning outfit. Got an inside edge onto the pads. And although it was mostly pad, it didn't slow it down sufficiently to allow long leg Hunt to get around to fine leg to cut it off. And Leicestershire's lead is now 50. Parkinson on to 32. The partnership 81. Are Sussex going to be denied at the last? Haynes mid-on dries the ball, which will have picked up a bit of moisture from that trip over the outfield and perhaps into the longer grass by the advertising hoardings down there. Beard is in and bowls outside off stump. Parkinson steps forward and just lets it go and walks off again. 290 for 7. 28 overs after this. Possibly 26 if there is a change of innings.
You wouldn't want to put your money on either way at the minute, would you? It's feels like the game could be in the balance.
Beard is in and bowls. Parkinson is walking forward into that one from middle and leg, pushing it out towards mid-on. Haynes picks up end of the over. You'd say, I mean, on paper, Sussex still the favourites, but the pitch is playing so well now. There's so little there for the bowlers that it's hard to see them breaking this partnership at the moment. That said, Hunt did just push a couple back past the outside edge, didn't he, in his first over back, so you never know.
Yeah, I think if they do break the partnership, Sussex will feel that they can get another 2 quickly and get themselves into bat, but if they don't and they're left with 10, 15 overs, it could be a big ask. And Hunt continues from the Bennett end. Left alone outside the off stump from Swindles.
It's a very sort of decisive leave. He doesn't lift his bat over the line of the ball. He lifts his bat over the line of the ball and then sort of swings round behind him, watching the ball, making sure, I suppose, that it doesn't clip the face.
Yeah, getting his front pad out in front and making sure that if there is any late movement, at least there's potentially something in the way, but follows it straight through to Carter's gloves behind. And Hunt in again and bowls. Oh, That's well kept out there. It looked like it kept a little bit low, and Swindles kind of caught on the crease there. Didn't really get very forward or very back, but manages to get enough bat on it.
Did stay a bit low, didn't it? Would have been bang in front. Kept it out. Not many left in the ground now in terms of the crowd. Those that are here, tense.
Hunting again. And again, defended on the front foot this time, hitting the splice of the bat from Swindles. Just being watchful here, these two, and continuing to cash in on any loose leg side deliveries and ably sway and defend those of good line and length. Hunt again. Oh, and it's a play and a miss, but for all money I thought he had nicked that behind to Carter, but it's just missed the outside edge, and he almost looked like he tried to withdraw his bat at the last minute.
Yeah, it was a rather shamefaced withdrawal of the bat. He knew he shouldn't have played at that. It was drawn into it. Swindles. Hunt unlucky in this brief little burst.
And he comes and again and bowls. Oh, and same outcome again. They just played at that outside the off stump, and it's gone through to Carter, and Hunt will be considering himself very unlucky. He's still got no wickets to his name this innings. He's had a number of play-in misses, sorry, this innings, but the last two have been mightily, mightily close.
They have. Swindles is playing at balls that he doesn't really need to play at the moment. He'll be giving his teammates, making them very nervous in the Leicestershire dressing room.
Much better, that one. He's given it the nice big leave there in the final ball of the over. Learnt from his previous two errors, and got himself in a much better position there to leave the ball outside the off stump.
Good couple of overs though from Sean Hunt. Beat the bat, genuinely beat the bat, what, 4 times in those 2 overs?
Yeah, including a little edge that is just dropped short of first slip there, the first ball after the rain delay.
Reckons Jeff Arnold was the biggest influence on his career. That's a pretty good influence to have. Former Surrey and England seamer, of course. What makes him worry? A 3-foot putt. In goes Beard and bowls to Parkinson, who is forward in defence. If anything, Parkinson in this partnership has kind of looked a little bit more solid than Swindles, who's at times been a little bit wayward in terms of his shot selection.
Yeah, I would agree. The only half chance I can recall is when Parkinson clipped, I think, Robinson off his pads when they had 2 catching mid-wickets in, but you know, even then he was assured of his selection and raced to the boundary.
Beard in, bowls. Parkinson is waiting on off stump. No big stride from the Lancastrian. Slightly angled bat, steers it down towards Crocombe, who's at, well, almost short third, sort of deepish gully. Say backward point. He's
very backward point, if you like.
Yeah. Odd fielding position, really. Whether he's there for the, the cut that isn't kept down, that flies off a bit of a top edge. Beard is in, bowls to Parkinson, who almost literally jumps across in front of his stumps as it goes through outside off stump. You can almost see Parkinson talking to himself. 32 to him of 121 deliveries, 51 to Swindles off 146.
He's left well today, Parkinson, and defended when he's needed to. There's not been many false shots at all from him.
A lot of comments on social media from Leicestershire fans saying he should be batting higher. In goes Beard, bowls to him. He rides the bounce on that one that's slightly short of a length on off stump, off the back foot. Blocks it again down towards Crocombe at that deep gully position. Pujara still in there at short mid wicket, around 3 pitch widths away, about on the 45. Applause for Beard, or encouragement at any rate for Beard, who turns. Longish run in and bowls, very straight, but Parkinson meets the delivery with an equally straight bat. Back down the pitch it goes to the Essex Loney, who sticks out his right hand. It trickles off his fingers, past the stumps, down towards mid-on. One ball left in this over. Beard is in and bowling. Parkinson looks to turn him off his legs. Thick inside edge onto the pads, and it does run out behind square on the leg side. Down towards Sean Hunt, who, having fielded, keeps hold of the ball because he's going to bowl again. Parkinson picks up a single, keeps the strike. He moves on to 33, 291 for 7. Leicestershire lead by 51, and the ice cream van is coming down Milligan Road. He had a good day yesterday, perhaps not such a good day today.
No, if he was here a few hours ago, maybe just before lunch, he might have had a few more customers when the sun was shining and there was a number of people watching, but since the rain delay, there's not as many people around as there were. So it's Sean Hunt to continue from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls to Parkinson, who defends it on the front foot. Another solid defence from Parkinson.
Everything's very neat and close together with him, isn't it? It looks as though you can get a sort of tank through his defences at the moment.
Yeah.
When he does get himself, he tends to sort of a little bit get himself out sometimes by going for shots, but say he's been very hard to get out in the last 3 games.
In comes Hunt again. And this time Parkinson leaves outside the off stump, gets himself right across outside his off stump. Very assertive in his movements anyway, which I'm sure will give him and the dressing room confidence. Oh, that's well bowled by Hunt this time, and playing and a miss this time from Parkinson, and induced a rare false shot from him.
He's getting it to straighten it away from the right-handers a little bit.
Yeah, the angle coming in and then a bit of straight in is it's definitely proved tricky to Swindles, and now Parkinson has had a near miss. And that's the ball that seems to be causing them the most problems. In comes Hunt again. And this time short of a length, and Parkinson well in behind that and defends it.
Yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, it's that fuller ball that angles in and just slightly holds its line on the seam and straightens that caused that nick in the first ball after lunch as well. In comes Hunt again. This time too full and is raced down to third man off the full face of the bat from Parkinson. Just guided that down to third man there. Moves him on to 34.
With him getting this little bit of movement, there's still very much hope for Sussex. One of these two nicks off, game on.
In comes Hunt again. short of a length again, and Swindles keeps it out on the front foot, hitting the splice of the bat. Just 25 overs remaining in the day now.
Yeah, the lead 52. Once the run rate gets over sort of 6-7, then it does become a little bit of a lottery. Remember, in red ball cricket, there aren't the restrictions on the bowlers, or indeed the fielding positions, that there are in white ball cricket. Every man on the boundary if you want, bowl wide if you want, as long as it's not too wide. You bowl down the leg side. Make life much more difficult for a batsman looking to score quickly. Aaron Beard turns at the pavilion end, runs in past umpire Malander and bowls to Parkinson, who again is very solid in defence as the ball arrows in towards middle and leg, pushing it towards Cheteshwar Pujara, who is at that short mid-wicket position. I don't know how many photos that Pujara has posed for in this game. Probably not that many compared to when he's in India or somewhere like that, but every interval he seemed to have to pose for selfies, and to his credit he did so with good grace, and managed a smile as well for most of them. Beard is in and bowls. Parkinson forward on off stump this time, pushing it past Rawlins at extra cover out towards Haynes.
You can just see the frustration in the Sussex bowlers building here as they struggle to get the breakthrough that they desire.
What will Haynes do? I'd stay with Hunt, who's getting some nice seam movement. Not so much perhaps for Beard. Presumably he'll go back to one of his spinners, or Robinson.
Yeah, or Robinson's waiting.
Beard is in, bowls full. Wait there, says Parkinson, having played firmly but not over aggressively. Looked like it was going to be there to drive. It was a bit too straight in the end, so he hit it firmly down into the ground, steered it out to Haynes at mid-off. No run, 292 for 7, the lead 52, 24 overs after this one. Beard, like Hunt, yet to take a wicket, is in and bowls short of a length. Parkinson up on his toes, defending it out into the offside, wide of Rawlins in the covers, but without sufficient pace to get past the Bermudan-born Rawlins, so dot ball. Beardo seems to be one of the nicknames, not the most original. But it's not, could it be Beardy, couldn't it? So Beardo
Normally
is
the Y on the end is the most common of them all, isn't it?
It is. Beard is in and bowls, defended on the back foot by Parkinson, and there will be one more ball to come. Is it the same in women's game, just with the Y on the end?
Lots of them. Smithy, and I'm just looking down the list. I'm sure Righty. I'm sure.
Yeah, Righty is
There's
definitely.
many like that.
Yeah.
Hunty. I'm sure it's Clarkey, Crossy. Could go on and on and on. I'm sure Brunty.
Beardo is in and bowling outside off stump. Parkinson steps forward, lets it go through. End of the over. The 118th of the Leicestershire second innings. 292 for 7. Leicestershire lead by 52. And is this where Haynes would have dearly loved someone like Hudson Prentice or Steve Finn? Just someone with a little bit of experience, perhaps. I mean, even Hunt's bowling really nicely, but even Robinson's not that experienced, really, but he is an international standard bowler.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we've not seen him just after the rain delay. This partnership is absolutely the key to Sussex getting anything from this game, and he is their premier bowler. Little change of angle here from Hunt, as he looks to be coming left arm over the wicket now to Swindles. as he begins his 15th over of the innings. Running in and defended off the back foot from Swindles.
Surprised about that because I thought he was getting good, well, traction, if you like, from round the wicket.
Yeah, I agree.
Coming
I
in
think
and then holding its own.
he's had a few half chances, and
He's beaten the bat doing that.
he has beaten the bat
In
a
every
number of
over he's
times.
bowled since tee.
In he comes again and bowls, and played off his legs this time from Swindle straight to, is that Beard at mid wicket in the ring?
It is, yeah.
Maybe no rhyme or reason to the change, just to try something different, a different angle for Swindles to negotiate. Beard has taken a few steps closer there at mid-wicket in the ring. In comes Hunt and bowls. Oh, and it looks like a thick inside edge down to fine leg there. As Crocombe comes round and fields that. It's just the one run for Swindles. It looks to be coming back round the wicket to Parkinson, so just a ploy to be used for Swindles for the time being. Well, he's changed his mind again and he's coming back over the wicket. Can't make his mind up. In comes Hunt over the wicket to Parkinson. It's hit him on the pad, but it's not out and they get through for one leg by. Definitely pitched outside the line probably, and impact would have missed the next set of stumps as well, but
Yeah.
you can't blame them for going up and trying to get any form of momentum, if you like. Hunt to Swindles. Oh, short ball rushed him, but he manages to evade it, swaying out of the way.
Good bouncer.
But it was a very well directed bouncer. Last ball of Hunt's over here. Over the wicket to Swindles. It's full and it's past the outside edge. It looks like it might have nipped away off the seam, but it's another instance of Hunt beating the bat, beating Swindle's bat specifically, and he puts his face into his cap as he collects it from the umpire in disbelief that yet another ball has beaten the outside edge, and he's still wicketless. He looks a bit defeated there, walking to backward point for the next over.
It's been a really good little spell that he's bowled, and he's had no luck at all. I reckon he's beaten the bat at least 5 times, genuinely beaten the bat at least 5 times, and that was a sort of another example. It didn't do too much, but it did just carry
did
a bit
enough.
of extra pace off the pitch as well. But Haynes is now going to turn to spin. He's going to turn to Del Rey Rawlins. I've just got this feeling, you know, that the way the game has gone for Archie Lenham, it's kind of set up for him to make the breakthrough here, to make it a 5-for and to go with his first-class career best and his brilliant catch and everything he's done. There's just a sort of
You
whiff
feel
of
like a
fate
fairy
about
tale
it.
is written.
It kind of feels almost that way, but initially, at any rate, Haynes has gone to Rawlins, who has 1 for 54 so far in this innings. Man he got out was the South Africa international, the South Africa international rounder. Vian Mulder played really nicely, then he left a delivery from Rawlins that sort of went on with the arm, clipped him on the pad and was given out leg before for 36, that after putting on 65 with Rishi Patel. Rawlins bowls, Parkinson as ever. Determined defence, leans forward, pushes it back down the pitch on the on side. Rawlins skips in and bowls, tosses it right up. Parkinson is not to be tempted, presents a resolutely dead bat. Gave that one plenty of air, but he needs something to happen. If Parkinson isn't going to take him on, he needs a bit of response from the pitch. He bowls again, Parkinson stretches forward again, defends out into the offside again. There's no run. Plus 16 the over 8 now. That must be a record, surely. Back goes Parkinson. Wait, he calls. You'll have heard that in the effects mic as he blocks that one out into the offside. Shame you can't take it into your next match, isn't it? Something like that. In goes Rawlins, drops a little bit short on that occasion. Parkinson can therefore stay comfortably on the back foot and does. Blocks it out on the offside. Alsop comes out of short leg and goes in at silly mid-off as Rawlins goes in and he looks to turn it on the leg side. I think it came off the pad. It's trickling down to fine leg. Tom Clark is in pursuit. Because it hit pad, not bat, it's going quite slowly. Clark gets there about 3 or 4 feet inside the ropes down there at fine leg, gets his throw away, but Leicestershire pick up a couple of leg buys. As a consequence, end of the over, 296.47. The partnership creeping towards 3 figures. It's 87 now. More importantly, from Sussex's point of view, the lead is 56 for Leicestershire. 22 overs remain. Take off a couple for a change of innings, and, well, they're getting through so many overs. If we have to have 20 in the final hour, we could get more than the 22 that theoretically remain. We shall see. 296 for 7.
Time will tell.
Well, Hunter's earned another over.
Yeah.
I think he has as well.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. He stays over the wicket as he comes in to bowl to Swindles. It's defended off the back foot, short of a length ball. Trickles away to Rawlings at backward point.
Wants a short leg in, I think. Which necessitates the arrival of various pads and helmets, one assumes. Not yet, because he's going in at shortish leg.
In comes Hunt. And bowls full delivery there, and it's a thick outside edge which has raced away to deep third in between the second slip and the gully. It wasn't too aerial, you felt like he was reasonably in control of that the whole way, and it gets him down the other end. Parkinson on strike. Calling for something anyway. In comes Hunt again. And bowls to Parkinson, who defends it again, body behind the ball. Looks strong in that forward defence. Short leg is kind of just back to regular catching mid-wicket. And Hunt bowls short to Parkinson, and he deflects it off the face of the bat down to third man again to get another second run of the over. Hunt still asking questions though.
Got on top of the bounce nicely there. It looked kind of a bit awkward, but he actually played it rather well, Parkinson.
Hunt to Swindles. Driven through the offside, and it was straight at Pujara in the ring, but he has fumbled it and they've made it through for one. The first sort of expansive drive we've seen since the rain delay, and had it been either side of him, he would have definitely got 4 for that. Just one it is. And Hunt to Parkinson for the final ball. He's gone round the wicket for the final ball of this over. It's full and it's driven and it's over the top of second slip. It's raced away for 4, and that has just been out of reach from Tom Clark at second slip.
Almost got his fingers on it. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for everybody.
And another disappointment for Sean Hunt, who has really been tremendous since the rain delay and asked many a question, but is yet to find the wicket to break the partnership. The substitute fielder comes on and Pujara leaves the field.
Harrison Ward is the substitute. Well, both substitutes are on. George Burrows and Harrison Ward. So Burrows is 31, Ward is 35. So I'm not quite. We know Pujara has gone off. Somebody else has gone off as well. We'll work it out in due course. That was a little bit fortunate on the part of Callum Parkinson. Got away with it. Might just have brushed the fingertips of the leaping Clark. Rawlins to continue from the pavilion end. 21 shows next to the figure, or shows next to Remain on the board. Remains to be seen. He goes in and bowls, goes back, swindles, and defends out towards Beard in the covers. In he goes, Rawlins again stays back and defends. Crazy shot that, Parky, says Foxy Phil. Got away with it. Yep. Little rush of blood on the part of Callum Parkinson. Changes to the field. As round over the wicket. Oh! No, not caught at first slip. Came off the pad, I think. He went over the wicket, Rawlins, instead of round, hence the changes to the field. Swindles went forward. It bounced a little bit. I think it came off the pad and was caught at first slip. No appeal. Rawlins is in again. Back goes Swindles. Defends out into the offside. No run. But he's at least got some foot marks to bowl into now, Rawlins. In he goes. Bowls. Swindles forward. Back down the pitch towards Ward. Picks up at mid-wicket, no run. 300 up, by the way, for Leicestershire. Not that it matters. That is short and a little bit wide, and is cut away by Harry Swindles. It's a long chase for Crocombe. Puts in the slide. The extra little bit of moisture on the ground means he slides a bit further than he thought he was going to, but he did get there in the end. Leicestershire pick up 3. Well, the other man off the field, we can tell you, boy, I think really, Archie Lenham, bless him, was off. And he wanders back on with his sweaters that are too big for him, pulls them back on. On comes Pujara as well. Off run Messrs Ward and Burrows. 306 for 7. Leicestershire's lead is now 66. And the run rate that Sussex would need, at which Sussex would need to score, if and when they get a chance, is now over 3.
Looks like a bowling change as well. Sean Hunt will be disappointed he couldn't influence the game as much as he would have liked there in that spell where he asked many questions. And Henry Crocombe is going to come on from the Bennett end. 2 slips still in place.
He was unlucky, Hunt, wasn't he? That was a really good little spell. I thought, you know, got a bit of movement.
Yeah, I agree. There were a number of half chances there, and like we said, he beat the bat quite a few times. But here is Cochrane. Balls, and it's played off the legs by Swindles to mid-on.
few of the Sussex players favouring those sort of tubular bandages, elastic bandages on their arms. But both he and Beard have got one, and in both cases it's not their bowling arm.
Cochrane and bowls. It's played off his legs again. Well fielded by mid-wicket in the ring to stop that sneaking through the infield for a run. Yeah, Chris Jordan-esque, the bandage on the arm. He's the first kind of player I've seen with it, sort of identifiable on him.
A few people wondering why Lenham isn't bowling.
Cochrane bowls, and it's well left by Swindles outside the off stump. Looks like Robinson might be getting loose there at mid-on. Cochrane to Swindles. Played out off the back foot to point for no runs. It's looking a little bit flat out there, the Sussex players. Just need to find some inspiration from someone to break this partnership. In comes Henry Cochrane again. And bowls short ball. Ducked by Swindles, but he did leave his bat a little bit in the air there, and
yeah, periscoped it, didn't he? It could have flicked it. He
could
has
have
had
gone
one
anywhere.
or two issues with the bouncer, and Crocombe's got a good one.
Did look to rush him a little bit and keep him honest. Last ball of Crocombe's over. Short again, but down the leg side that time, and half played at and half left alone by Swindles.
End of another over. 19 remain. But we haven't had the last hour signalled yet. So I'm guessing they're going to get at least 4 or 5 more in before the last hour starts. So it could be near, it could be 21 overs. We shall see. Nobody's really hurrying though. There's no real sense of urgency out there.
No, you're right, there's not.
I just wonder whether some of the Sussex guys, as Rawlins over the wicket to Parkinson, hits the short leg. I had not seen that before. He bowled it, he hit the short leg, who hopped out of the way, and it's run down to fine leg for well, that must be 4 wides. He did signal wide first.
I think it's a no ball. I think that bounced twice.
Did he raise his hand rather than put it out wide? Because I'm sure that one hit.
I think it's
Also,
no ball. I think it's bounced twice on the wicket. See if we get a replay, but it's definitely stuck in his hand there, and he won't want to see that again.
Rawlins is in and bowls on the legs of Parkinson, who turns it to Alsop. But Alsop hopped away as though it had hit him on the ankle. Yeah, I'd love to see that one again. Hopefully we'll get a replay if anyone's listening on the stream. In goes Rawlins and bowls, defended by Parkinson on the back foot, and there's no run.
Is it 4 no balls?
4 no balls,
4
yeah.
4 no balls, yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Just stuck a bit. Rawlins is in, bowls turned by Parkinson past short leg down towards backward square. Hunt comes running up to field and the single is taken. Parkinson on to 44. Beginning to catch Swindles now. Swindles won't be remotely worried about that. 57 off 167 for him. Opens his stance slightly as Rawlins goes in, bowls slightly short. Swindle stands up and plays it firmly out into the offside, but only as far as Aaron Beard in the covers. No run. Rawlins is in. Fuller, but stretching forward, getting to the pitch of the ball is Harry Swindles, and pushing it out again to Beard. Just a sense that Sussex beginning to feel it it may be slipping away from them. What seemed an absolutely nailed-on victory. As Rawlins is in, back goes Swindles, blocks it down into the offside end of the over. 18 remain, or is that 17 now? 313 for 7. Leicestershire lead by 73. Harrison Ward comes running back out. Ollie Robinson, is he the one going off? He's heading down below us at a fairly slow rate of knots. He is going off. Robinson. It doesn't feel as though they quite believe anymore, Sussex.
No, there's no
Isn't it?
sense of urgency.
Or clapping of hands,
yeah.
or noise, or...
They look quite deflated out there. And it's Crocombe to continue in bowls, and it's short ball and just evaded there by Parkinson. Again, a bit like Swindles in the previous over, they left the bat slightly aerial and could have been dangerous, but has managed to duck underneath it. His bouncer is a little bit more skiddy looking than Hunt's was, and I think it's just that angle is slightly rushing them a bit more. But Cochrane bowls again, fuller delivery this time, and defended off the front foot by Parkinson. Yeah, not sure what other options Sussex have, but you'd think they would be trying to throw kind of every option they have, and like we spoke about, young Lenham
I'd
could
have
be
him
the
on.
one.
Yeah, I'd have him on. He might go for a few boundaries, but hey, you need the wicket now.
Cochrane bowls and defended again by Parkinson. That one a bit straighter on Midland leg stump and defended it to mid-on.
They'll also have been hoping, they will have obviously been hoping for a bit more from the pitch today, Sussex, but particularly I think also variable bounce, but there hasn't been much of that either. It's been pretty blameless. As I say, you might be on it on.
Might be on it in a week's time, might be on a fresh one, who knows. Cochrane bowls, bouncer, that one way over the top of Parkinson, and he doesn't even need to duck out of the way of that.
I think you might be on this one.
Yeah, that fresh one there, yeah, they did have it covered up earlier, so that's a good sign. And it was being rolled this morning when I arrived, so might have a quiet word with the groundsman before I leave.
Yeah, well, why not? Find out which one.
Cochrane in, and back of a length ball to Parkinson, who defends it to cover. Looks really solid on anything full and anything length. Doesn't seem to be working for Sussex, and I think they need to try something out the box a little bit like they did earlier at times. They had a leg slip in at one point and a short leg, and maybe it's the time for something like that. Cochrane bowls short and evaded again by Parkinson, who moves inside the line that time as it goes over the leg stump.
"17 remain, 73 the lead, 3 wickets remain to Leicestershire. As I say, the last pair, Hassan Azad and Bjorn Hendricks, batted out 26 overs to save the game against Worcestershire. So, by those standards, the Fox is in a relatively healthy position.
Yeah, I do still think if Sussex get one, their tails will be up and they could get another 2, but even getting one looks a tough ask at the minute. These two have played a tremendous innings here.
And what I haven't remarked on is that the partnership has passed 100. Should have done. Apologies. In goes Rawlins. Tosses it right up. Clipped down the leg side. Did he get anything on it? Good fielding down there at fine leg. Means that it is just one. What does that signal mean? No.
Buys, I think, in the end he's given.
It's just
He was just waiting. I'm not sure what
hand
for.
out business that I sometimes don't understand. So didn't get anything on it. Nobody got anything on it, including the wicket keeper. Rawlins is in. Back goes Parkinson and defends. 314 for 7. The partnership, as I say, past 100 now, 105. Leicestershire have not had many century partnerships so far this season. Rawlins in, tosses it right up and waiting for it under his nose. Parkinson just blocks it out. He's not tempted. He'll be relishing this, Callum Parkinson. As Rawlins is in, bowls to him. He stretches forward and very correctly plays it firmly back up the pitch to Rawlins. That sort of flash that just went over the head of Clark at slip. Real aberration from Parkinson, the way he's played. Solidly forward again. Blocking it out down towards mid-off. Picked up by Beard running across from the covers. This is the 30th over of the innings for Delray Rawlins. 1 for 64. He's kept it tight, well, for the most part. Leicester haven't been looking to get after him, and he goes and bowls round the wicket, and Parkinson defends out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Pujara, end of another Rawlins over.
Yeah, he's definitely been economical, as you've said, but I don't think he's looked overly threatening, and I think at this stage, you know, economical's not what they need. It's somebody who's going to be threatening, and like Hunt was in that first spell after the rain delay, and obviously Ollie Robinson's off the pitch, which is, I would suggest, a bit of a blow. But I definitely think they need to try young Archie Lenham again. He's obviously picked up 4 wickets, and one magic ball is all they need now to break this partnership, and he could be the man to produce it.
Rawlins isn't getting any turn from this pavilion end. Crocombe's had the not much really from the Bennett end either. The odd one that's climbed a little bit, and he's decent quick bouncer, but
in he comes now, ball short. Oh, and that's hit him on the shoulder, I think. Swindles. He didn't really get out of the way of that. He didn't really look to duck it or evade it. It's just a bit late in moving there, but he's taken it on the front shoulder, I think.
So yeah, he sort of turned into it, didn't he? But it didn't get up like he thought it was going to.
I think the short ball's a good ploy they can use here, but I'd like to see a couple more men on the leg side if they're going to do that, and there might be a tickle down to fine leg. Here we go, Tom Alsop's on the move, and he's coming into a short leg. He must have been listening to me. Still 2 slips and a short leg now. And Sean Hunt, the only man down here on the boundary on the hook. Crocombe in. And balls, and it's full and it's driven, but straight to extra cover. Swindle's a bit disappointed there that he's hit it straight to the only man really in the vicinity there at extra cover. No mid-off in play with the 2 slips and the extra man on the leg side. Crocombe bowls short, and this time evaded much better by Swindles. Got inside the line and ducked inside.
I can see them shaking hands around about 20 past 5 if this partnership isn't broken.
Yeah, with 15 overs left and still 3 wickets to get. It's looking slimmer by the minute for Sussex. Crocombe bowls short again, but this time played out on the offside. Straight to the man at point.
He looked like he was sort of getting ready to duck out of the way of that one, and made a late adjustment.
Didn't really get up maybe as much as he thought, and that was why he thought he could could take it on. Parkinson down the wicket to chat to him, I assume to tell him that it's maybe not worth trying to take on. Croken bowls, back of a length and well defended by Swindles. There's a bit more noise appearing from the outfield there.
Yeah.
Delray Rawlings trying to get the troops up, trying to get the morale up, boosted a little bit.
The Leicestershire balcony had something to say then, because Swindles was slightly unnerved, I think, when he was hit on the shoulder.
Yeah, Croken ball short again, but right in behind it from Swindles. Applause from the Leicestershire balcony there as he fends out that over of mainly short bowling.
Yeah. The ball after he was hit on the shoulder, that was the one that he just looked a little unsure and uncertain.
Yeah.
But he seemed to have recovered immediately, essentially. 15 remain, 314 for 7. 316 in the last hour. And it is 3 minutes to 5. So we should get one more before, theoretically, the last hour. So I still feel there might be a couple of extra overs, potentially, could be available to Sussex. Rawlins over the wicket to Parkinson, who goes back, tries to turn it on the leg side. Don't think he got anything on it. I think it's going to be leg byes or byes, 4 wides actually. He didn't get anything on it. Leicestershire will not mind at all how the runs come, although I'm sure Parkinson would like to squeeze past his 50. Hasn't got one this season.
Just think Rawlings round the wicket is just not so threatening. Here he comes, sorry, over the wicket, but here he comes around the wicket now. I think it keeps more modes of dismissal in the game.
Yeah. And he goes round, back goes Parkinson. I suppose he was just looking for some help from the footmarks or something.
Yeah.
There wasn't anything there for him, and nor was there with that delivery, which was blocked out into the offside by Callum Parkinson. Rawlins is in, forward goes Parkinson on middle and off. 319 means the lead is 79, so 80 is what Sussex would now need to score if they were to get in immediately. Forward goes Parkinson, out towards backward point. Wait, he says correctly, because Clark is quickly to the ball, running across from slip. Rawlins is in, bowls, back foot defensive push from Parkinson, wide of the man in the covers, down towards Harrison Ward, who is the sweeper on the offside boundary in the absence, not that Robinson would have been in there, but he's the one who's off the field. And the single is taken, Parkinson on to 45, 320 for 7. And I think now Leicestershire probably favourites to save this game. Rawlins is in. Swindles is driving in the air and he's caught. I've just said that. Swindles has hit it in the air and diving to his left at cover. Aaron Beard, I think it is, scooped up the ball one-handed to his left. Oh, and goodness me, is there going to be a final twist? We were just saying, or I was just saying, that Leicestershire now favourites to save the game, and Swindles, having battled away for 178 deliveries, hits it in the air. He can't believe what he's done.
What a tremendous catch that is. It's gone pretty quickly there at close extra cover. I mean, Swindles will be disappointed. It's a loose shot, but it's taken some catching. One-handed in the air. There's a big applause.
Yeah, there is, and he batted very well, as you say, but there comes a but, doesn't there?
He's left the door slightly ajar now for Sussex, and they're, especially after the nature that the wicket has come in, they will be tails up and ready to take 2 more now in the next they take them in the next 4 overs, it is going to be a tight finish.
It really is. It's all up for grabs again. 320 for 8 now. Leicestershire, 14.1 overs remain. I think there'll be the signal for the last hour. After this, it's getting dark again, actually. Just looking around.
Chris
it's
Wright
beginning
comes
to
to
look
the
a bit.
crease with a big job on his hands here to hang around with Parkinson, who's batted tremendously for his 45.
And the partnership, let's have a look what that was worth, if I possibly can. No, let's have another look at the Swindle's dismissal as well. I don't know whether it will have caught it, essentially, but no, that's not the one. So that wrong one has gone up. That's his 50.
So Tom Alsop's come over to a silly point, and rather than the short leg as Rawlings bowls round the wicket.
Partnership was worth 111 with Callum Parkinson for the 8th wicket, and it came off 275 deliveries.
Some effort that at the stage of the game and the pressure they would have been under.
Final hour has now been signalled. So should it not go to now remain 16? Update coming from BBC Radio. No, it isn't. It's going to be a bit of madness in our earphones, and they disappear again. There you go. It happens. They thought about an update. They thought better
So
of it.
Crocombe is going to continue from the Bennett end. He's got the short leg in play to Parkinson and 2 slips, and he bowls short again and well evaded from Parkinson, who ducks inside it. Looks like this is going to be the tactic now, as they've got a fine leg in play and a deep square leg just going back, who's just hovering about 3/4 of the way out, probably about 45 metres from the wicket. Crocombe in, bowls back of a length, and Parkinson again inside the line and defends it to mid-on.
Wright is no mug with the bat. Made 18 in the first innings. He's got a 32, a 15, another 18 so far this season. He can bat, Wright. He can hold his end up. He's got himself out a few times unnecessarily, but it'd be hard to get out.
Crocombe bowls full, and it's driven by Parkinson, but cut off well by the man at extra cover.
It's hard to imagine Parkinson hitting it in the air in that way.
No, I think he's, for nearly all of his 166 deliveries he's faced, he's looked assured in defence and attack. And now he knows his job's got even more important. Cook remains short again and ducked from Parkinson. Hands on his hips as he walks back to his mark. The man at square leg comes back into the ring. Crocombe in, and full length delivery defended on the front foot by Parkinson.
And the overs remaining has now changed. So they've added the 2 because
Yes.
you have to have 16 in the final hour. So it is 15 and a half. So we do now have a definitive overs remaining. There, it's 15.1 now.
Last ball of Crocombe's over. It's back of a length, and it's well defended by Parkinson, who sees out yet another over. He's faced 170 balls. His resilience. And Wright will be on strike.
Yeah, he'll be tired.
And is that the change, the bowling change we were after?
Yeah, it is. Lenham's coming on at the pavilion end. Wright has got out to the spinners a couple of times, trying to hit them over the top, essentially, this season. Leicester would not be overjoyed if he were to get out the same way.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's
Here.
the occasion to be going for the big shot right now with just 15 overs
definitely
left
isn't.
in the day.
It definitely isn't. 81 would be the Sussex target. And I mean, at the moment, that's fine. That would be, you know, not much more than 5 and over.
Yeah, with 15 overs left, you'd fancy
Yeah, absolutely.
Sussex, but with every over reducing, it becomes more and more balanced.
Parkinson and Wright have a little chat. You're not going to do anything silly, are you, Wrighty? Says Parky. No, you're all right, mate. Says Chris Wright. Big Arsenal fan, right? Well, he's ready. Sussex aren't. And the sun, believe it or not, which we haven't seen for a little while, is just lightening the sky at the moment.
No one out there on the leg side, so really trying to tempt right into that short boundary.
Lenham is in and Wright is forward. He's a tall man, Chris Wright, and will be able to get forward to the pitch of the ball for the most part. But Lenham, as I say, just feels like a touch of fate about his reappearance. In he goes, and Bowles drops very short. Wright goes back and forces it out towards mid-off, but doesn't time it quite as well as he would have liked. Tom Haynes can make a comfortable stop, moving to his right at mid-off. 4 for 75. Lenham, who is in, and bowls a real long hop and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 by Wright. That was an absolute long hop from young Lenham. And maybe just a little bit cold. He'll certainly be tired and stiff, the young man out there. Just got to get going again. Wright picks up 4, and their runs are worth having, and because of that, the man at square goes out to the mid-wicket boundary. Lenham is in again, bowls down the leg side. Wright gestures at it rather than plays a shot at it, doesn't get anything on it, and it comes off the pad of the wicket-keeper. Bounces back out down the onside. Haynes signals to Rawlins just to give a little bit of ground as Lenham is in. That's a lovely delivery which bounces and turns past the outside edge. That's the one he's been looking for. And Wright played and missed. Ooh, just for a minute. One ball
Lovely
left in his
delivery.
over. Yeah, that's what he wants. That's what he can do, which Rawlins wasn't able to do. He's in again. Wright is forward. Just did enough that previous delivery that straightened past the outside edge, and Carter took the bails off, but Wright's back foot was firmly anchored. End of the over. Parkinson has 45. Wright has that 4 when he picked off that loose one. 14 remain. The lead is 84. How's your maths? 84 divided by 14. Any good?
My dad would be ashamed of me.
So I can't do it. I shall start getting my calculator out.
6s.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. We should have got
should've
that,
known.
shouldn't we?
Looks like Delray Rawlings has had a change of end. And he's going to come back on from the Bennett end, so it looks like a bit of spin at both ends here.
I'm still not sure whether we'd lose 2 for the change of innings. If you are listening, please do let me please do let me know. Oh, update for BBC Radio Leicester. Squeeze this in. Rawlins is in. Bowles, Parkinson defends. They are getting on okay. To wit, they are still out there at least. Callum Parkinson and Harry Swindles were the men responsible. They put together a partnership of 111 for the 8th wicket, but it has just come to an end. Swindles unaccountably driving in the air at a delivery from Delray Rawlins. The ball into the covers where Aaron Beard took a really good one-handed catch low to his left. Swindles out for 57. A really good effort on his part, but it does mean there's still a little bit of a question mark over the end of the game. 324 for 8 Leicestershire. They lead by 84. We're into the last hour. There are 13 and a half overs left. If they can see out 2 or 3 more overs, then it will almost certainly be enough, but still just a little bit of hope for Sussex. Leicestershire in their second innings, 324 for 8.
Delray Rawlings bowling quite short here, but Parkinson's defended all 4 in this, and there was a half chance there as he bowled a straighter one, and Parkinson tried to turn it round the corner. I don't know if it was half a chance or if it hit the pads of the man in a short leg.
It's all sop in there, isn't it?
Delray with a quicker one, and he's bowled him! Parkinson is bowled by a quicker ball by Rawlings. It's hit the top of off stump. It was much, much quicker than the previous deliveries, and it's just purely beaten Parkinson for pace. And that is a real turning point in this match. Rawlings often celebrated running past the batsman and joined in jubilation by his teammates. This game has just got very, very interesting indeed.
It really has. Parkinson cannot believe what has happened. He was within touching distance of saving the game for his county, but Leicestershire's vice-captain has to drag himself off the field. And, well, he's not acknowledging the applause, out for 45. He just is gutted at what has happened. But that's well bowled by Rawlins. Variation did the trick. The lead is 84. And wandering to the wicket is the big South African Bjorn Hendricks. He saved 1 game this season for Leicestershire. Can he save another?
Wow, we didn't have that in the script anyway, Parkinson getting out, but it's a clever bit of bowling from Rawlings, it really is, and Parkinson's resilience of 176 balls, solid defence has, unfortunately for him and for Leicestershire, come to an end. But this game is taking a turn, and you can see in Sussex's body language has changed, and they all of a sudden believe again that this game could be theirs for the taking as another man comes under the lid. It's the substitute fielder Harrison Ward. He's come in at silly mid-off, and gosh, he is close in there.
Lenham is in, bounces and turns past Wright's groping outside edge. Still in there with a chance of his first 5 foot. Lead 84. And it could be just 10 overs, but we shall see. In goes Lenham, bowls a little bit short, and so Wright, who's standing back to that one, going back to that one, has all the time in the world to push it out towards Rawlins, who's at deepish point. Lenham is in, bowls, good line, good length, doesn't really turn on that occasion, so Wright can play it down into the ground and up into the hands of Harrison Ward. Lenham is in, bowls, Wright is forward, the young man's hands goes to his head. Thought that might just have bounced past the outside edge. Didn't. Ollie Carter is just gesturing at the fielders to take a step closer as Lenham is bowling, and forward goes Wright. There's appeal for leg before. No, says the umpire. It was sliding on down, perhaps missing leg stump. Almost down on his haunches, begging for that one.
It was a good appeal, and it was certainly close, but I think with the lack of turn on this wicket, we can assume that that was sliding on past the leg stump.
Good appeal, though, in every sense of the word, as in goes Lenham again and bowls, and again the young man theatrically puts his hands to his head as Wright goes back, and it, yeah, just having seen the replay, it did look as though it was just sliding down. Certainly there was enough doubt in it for the umpire to turn it down, but now it is very, very tense indeed. 324 for 9. Close, that is the general comment from relieved Leicestershire supporters.
Rawlings to continue from the Bennett end. There's 3 men around the bat here. We've got a short leg, a silly mid-off and a slip in play. And he looks to be coming left arm over the wicket to the left-hander Hendricks.
It's just such a brilliant thing about the long form of the game, the 4-day game, these ups and downs and nothing's happening, nothing happens. Suddenly everything's happening.
Suddenly there's there's not quite 3 results in play, but there's...
Yeah, I don't think Leicestershire will win it.
There's certainly 2 results in play, but...
Absolutely. Well, the tie could still be a possibility.
Rawlings bowls undefended by Hendricks.
No, not really. Draw or Sussex win now.
Yeah. Rawlings again bowls short, wide, and it's punched out into the ground there, and it hits extra cover, and the man in it, silly mid-off. Don't think he would have been best pleased with that delivery from Rawlings. Bowls again, Fuller this time, and it's driven through the offside. There's no one out protecting that. They're going to get 2 runs there as Point chases after it. Sean Hunt, the man to field it.
Hendricks has shown more aggression in these 3 deliveries than in quite a few of his entire innings so far this season. I'm not necessarily sure that's the right way to go.
Rawlings bowls short again, and it's hit the man in it silly mid-off on the chest there as it's bounced up. He's not moving any further back. He's literally 5 yards from the wicket there. He's a brave man. Bowls again is defended into the offside. He's racing through the over. Rawlings there, keen to extend the amount of overs bowled in the last hour today. Another fielding change. Mid-on comes round to mid-off. Quite a deep mid-off there. And there's only 1 man out there on the leg side. Defended off the back foot. That final ball, the over. Rawlings has rushed through that over. And they survive another over. Leicestershire, there's now 11 left in the day. Can Sussex find the final breakthrough?
It's getting dark. Umpires are having a chat. It's getting really gloomy out there. But it is spin bowling from each end.
Yeah.
So
Can't really have any complaints at the minute.
the consensus seems to be that we still lose 2 overs for the change of innings. So it could be 86 divided by 9 if
Which is
wicket falls
nearly
now.
10s.
Still certainly go for it. But it
Oh
could be
yeah,
fun.
it could be a exciting finish.
Lenham into Chris Wright, who is pushing forward. The ball bounces. Was it mostly off the pad? Was there a little inside edge? Either way, it bounced over the head of Tom Alsop at short leg.
I think there's an inside tickle on that, and it could have been, he could have been in trouble there.
Lenham is in, and bowling right is forward on off stump. Does get to the pitch of that one. Lenham himself runs out and fields. Aaron Beard is beginning to swing his arms at extra cover. Try and blast out the number 11 perhaps. In goes Lenham, bowls, cut away, chopped away off the back foot by Wright, wide of Rawlings, but he runs well. Delray Rawlings, and almost overthrows, but well backed up there by Alsop. Good work by Delray Rawlings, keeps the batters 2-1, and Lenham in particular will be delighted about that because he can go round the wicket and bowl in the footmarks to the left-handed number 11. Short leg's got to be, silly mid-off's got to be a bit careful. He's almost in the firing line of the bowler, that is, not just the batsman. Lenham is in and bowls, hits the pad, bounces up towards short leg. There is, for form's sake, an appeal, but I think they knew that his bat was a long way away from that one. Lenham is in, and bowl stays a bit low, turned off the back foot by Hendricks, out to Rawlins, a backward square. No run. Beard again.
No one out on the leg side here. I think they're trying to entice Hendricks to play a shot here, but he's...
I think that they'd quite like him to keep the strike now.
Yeah, now they're pushing back out and quite happy to give him one here.
Yeah. Lenham is in, and he's waiting in his crease, just leaning forward, and blocks it out in the onside. End of the over. 2 to Hendricks, 5 to Wright, 3 to 7 for 9. Leicestershire lead by 87. 10 overs remain. Possibly, we think it's 8. And again, the umpires are talking because Beard is coming on now, the quicker bowler. Now, if they offer Leicestershire, or if they take Leicestershire off, if they take the players off, Sussex have only themselves to blame, don't they? Long conversation between Neil Mallender and Tom Longley.
Rawlings will be disappointed having made the key breakthroughs of both Parkinson and Swindles.
This heavy cloud is rolling over. It's sort of light beyond it, but it's a heavy old bank away where the weather's coming from.
Beard might have been told otherwise here, and he's putting the jumper back on.
And you can't bowl pace.
And it looks like Rawlings is making his way back to the wicket, and he will continue. So it will be spin from here on in for these final overs of Leicestershire's innings.
What happens if a wicket falls and Leicestershire want to bowl pace? You know, I mean, because it's up to the umpires, isn't it? I mean, Sussex would bat in the gloom, wouldn't they? Whatever, and have a go, but...
Yeah, that's an interesting dilemma. Maybe one for the fans out there, because I certainly don't have the answer. But you're right, Sussex would want to play on, so presumably any bowling is okay. And it's Rawlings in down the leg side, and that's a poor delivery missed from Carter as well, and they'll add 2 to the score. Harsh in the red ball game. That's giving us buys, isn't it?
It is tough for him, isn't it?
Down the leg side, but Leicestershire will be pleased. It's 2 more to the total regardless. Rawlings bowls round the wicket, defended by Wright off the front foot.
Lead is 89 now, so 90 would be the Sussex target.
Rawlings bowls, slower delivery this time, little bit more round arm, but it's defended nonetheless by Wright on the front foot. Just wonder if he'll pull out that quicker ball that we saw dismissed Parkinson with. Bowls again, quicker, not quite as quick as the Parkinson ball, but it's defended again by Wright into the leg side this time. 3 men around the bat still. Rawlings bowls. That looked like about a 24-yarder delivery. It was bowled from about the umpire, nowhere near the crease. Just trying anything he can to put the batsman off. Rawlings again, wide of the crease this time and defended back. He tries to play a tennis shot there. Frustrated Rawlings. That
umpire's going to talk again. You can see the shadows they're casting, can't you, now, with this dark cloud coming over. And no, we go on.
No, play continues with a spin.
Apparently Kevin Peterson has tweeted that delivery from Delray Rawlings that almost hit short leg, which is about par for the course from that man, isn't it, essentially? You know, he doesn't tweet any of the thousands of good balls, but just one when the ball slips, and he thinks that is representative of county championship cricket. What a individual. So, discussions between Tom Haynes and umpire Mallender. 9 overs remain. 90 would be the target. In goes Archie Lenham and bowls down the leg side to Bjorn Hendricks, who does rather follow the ball, gesturing at it with his bat.
Yeah, not sure why he went to play at that.
Just let it go.
Dangerous territory, and getting a top edge there.
Lenham in the gloom is in, bowls a little bit short, maybe does spin back in a fraction to Hendricks, who indicates that it did, played it comfortably enough off the back foot. Lenham tosses it up, outside off stump, goes for the cut, misses it. Horrible shot. Missed it completely. Could so easily have just nibbled it into the gloves.
Right, doing a bit of gardening down the wicket and presumably telling Hendricks not to play at those.
Lenham is in. He leaves from outside off stump. Not necessarily a great idea if it's close enough, obviously, because it should spin back into him. It didn't enough, so we'll say it's a good leave. Having just castigated him for cutting at a wide one, but you know what I mean. In goes Lenham and bowls, and Hendricks is calmly forward. He's a fairly unflappable character, Bjorn Hendricks, and this sort of situation won't faze him, that's for sure. Right again, wanders down the pitch because Lenham is going to go over the wicket to Hendricks. Bowls, Hendricks drives pleasantly, and it's going to go for 4 as well. It's wide of Hunt at mid-off, and he picks up 4. The lead is 93. The umpire looks at Tom Haynes. Everybody has their hands behind their backs.
Are they going to shake hands, or the umpire's going to call it? Yes,
We are shaking
it looks
hands.
likely.
We are shaking hands. Leicestershire have saved the game. The game is drawn. Well, the Sussex drought continues. They are not going to come much closer than this, but on 333 for 9, the players shake hands, with Leicestershire leading by 93 runs and potentially 8 overs remaining in the day. Would have been 6. It is very dark and gloomy out there now. So, not the result many would have predicted, certainly at tea yesterday when Leicestershire were 4 down in their second innings, but they have clung on. Great game.
A great game with a very exciting finish there as well. It could have, a lot could have happened in that final hour, and Leicestershire definitely have Harry Swindles and Callum Parkinson to thank, as well as a little bit of help from the rain in ensuring they went home with the honours even with Sussex on this occasion. But a fantastic partnership from Swindles and Parkinson, which really set them up for this draw in the second innings of Leicestershire.
Yeah, sort of also 27 overs lost to the rain, but yeah, 111 off 275 deliveries, Harry Swindles and Callum Parkinson. A most unhappy, a most deflated young Sussex side leave the field because they know how close they were to a victory. They were denied by that stubborn partnership, by the weather, and by the pitch as well, a little bit. I think.
Yes, definitely. The pitch didn't really offer much, and
didn't change on the last day.
Young
Didn't
Archie
really give the
Lenham
spinners.
young Archie Lenham is denied of his maiden 5-wicket haul in red ball cricket, but I'm sure it won't be long